Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
It sure is, and we're hanging out with the legend himself, Dave Nemo, and a legend in the making, Jimmy Mack. Hello, boys.
Oh, good morning, and did I mention good morning?
No, you didn't.
But
How
there's
are you
no
doing?
good morning
And
if
that's
you're
not
morning.
good. I mean,
if
it's
you're
not-
in morning, it's not good.
If it's, yeah, I mean, the morning is good, though. It's a good morning.
It's a good Monday.
That was a bad open, too.
Yeah, I mean, you had that moment of doubt in your face. I actually was getting ready to say something. You're like, oh, there's silence. I've got to kind of fill that moment. It's like, I realized something about you, having listened to, a good decade of you, and even beyond there, by the way, guys. I've realized that you love silences when you control them.
Yes.
You're a big fan of silence when you're in control of it. The moment you think that there is a space that desperately needs to be filled, you give us a bad opening.
Yeah. I don't have any PTSD of Dave just taking silences nowhere in our past format.
Yeah, that has no impact on you whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't stress out.
Dave loves a good silence when
Yeah.
Dave is in control of the silence. Introduce other people to the equation. Like, am I supposed to say something? Are you supposed to say something? We're all supposed to say something here at the Fastport Studios. Let me take care of this really quickly, Dave.
Okay.
Fastport solves America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people like Brad Bentley, Dave Harrison, our good friend Gina Mullinex. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Okay, having said that, if you have the audacity to listen on Odyssey, good morning. If, in fact, you're making FaceTime on Facebook, good morning. If you're yakking it up on YouTube, good morning. If you've given your heart to iHeart, good morning. You are a member of the Resistance. You are in the gang. You are part of Nemo Nation. We will be here from 7 to 11. 7 has already rolled past us, all the way into 11. We have 10-plus guests this morning.
We do indeed.
Always
yeah.
a groovy thing. And don't forget, guys, at the end of the week, we were talking about this earlier, Chris Orban, who actually joined us a couple of weeks ago, last week, as a matter of fact, is going to be in studio.
Today?
No, not today. Friday.
Friday.
He's already said, if you want to stop by the way, Dave, you're always welcome. As are many of our friends out there who are joining us. Hit those like buttons, hit those share buttons, get the good word out there. Welcome to Nemo Nation. I actually sent you guys something and want to kind of jump in just on the deep end. We'll get to the guest in a second and all that groovy stuff. But I wanted to send you something. You read the story, correct? About the rollover. This is something else, guys, and there's not a lot of details in the story, but I sent this to everybody that we're have here today. Phone Master Dre is over there. You can reach him at 615-292-6366.
That is correct.
615-292. What's your last name?
Nemo.
Yeah.
Okay, I see where you're going with that.
Control the silence. Control the silence. Give Phone Master Dre a call, get in the conversation. So the incident we're talking about happened on the evening of August the 13th at the Love's Travel Stop in North Wichita, Kansas. Police released details regarding the incident and charges on the evening of Thursday, August the 14th. Now, this is, by the way, from CDL Life, but actually we went to the Wichita Eagle and got the bigger details. Love Travel Stop at 21st in Cleveland. An incident was involving a driver run over by a semi-truck. The driver on the ground, and by the way, Dave, you got it right first, so why don't you say the name of the two people involved. The guy driving was 46-year-old Travis Briscoe, but the 57-year-old, and this is a mouthful, give it to us, Dave.
Abdel Mutalib. Abdel Mutalib.
It's as if he doesn't get the gag around here, Dre. I mean, I feel like I'm being effed with.
Wait.
I'm being told. Literally says it perfectly.
Yeah.
I mean, he just goes.
It's the on-air jeepers.
It's like crazy. It's like silence. What? Say it again.
Abdel Mutalib.
Yeah.
Nice.
Abdel Mutalib. I mean, it's
Abdel
like I
Mutalib.
could have said that.
It rolls right off the tongue.
It rolls off the
I understand
tongue.
that.
Rolls off the tongue.
It's like WLW.
I mean, it's the craziest story, though, guys. Investigators with the Wichita Police Department determined that Mr. Muhammad had been in a verbal altercation with the 46-year-old suspect he did not know. And those are the words of Andrew Ford, who said this in a news release. During the altercation, the suspect, Briscoe, began backing into a parking stall with a semi-tractor, striking Mr. Muhammad. He's been booked for unintentional but reckless second-degree murder. He's being held without bond in Sedgwick County Jail. Police have not yet stated they believe the argument that preceded the incident prompted Briscoe to run Muhammad over. What do you think?
I have no idea what to think. Okay, where was he standing? Was he like leaned up against the back doors of the trailer and the truck just jumped,
Yeah, I think they were probably arguing behind the trailer. And they probably had and at one point, I'm wondering about Briscoe I don't think Briscoe went like, I'm going to walk around the trailer, get into the cab, and then roar this thing back and roll this guy over. But I also think he didn't care. And like I said, we're just speculating here. I bring this story up, by the way, guys, not because I want to get down to the details of it. We weren't on the scene. We don't know the forensics. We don't know anything about what was going on down there. Mm-hmm. But here's the thing. Briscoe, what was he thinking? I mean, in what universe? People do it all the time in their cars, and they shouldn't do it there either. But, the idea of getting behind the wheel of a car angry. When's the last time you've done that? Like slammed the door and pulled the car out like a maniac. When's the last time you did that?
I've never done that in a car.
Right.
I have done it on a motorcycle. Do not do it on a motorcycle.
Oh, man.
The last time I ever did it on a motorcycle, because it was the last time I ever rode a motorcycle.
I thought that might be coming as the punchline of that.
That bike went straight up in the air, man.
But think about that, though. Think about the idea of, well, you know how that feels. I mean, Dre, you know how that feels, right?
Mm-hmm. Just jumping in a car, jumping on a motorcycle.
I mean, just
upset?
literally being upset and like slamming that car door, and you have a choice to make at that moment, right?
Oh, 100%. Whenever I was driving a dually 1-ton, oh, dude, that was not my best decision
Going for
making.
the big guns here.
Oh God, yeah. I went and jumped in there, and it was whenever I was working construction, and I had to leave out, and I wasn't happy with my boss. And whenever I floored it, the welding machine flew out the back of it. Yeah, they were my job. Yeah. And now I work for y'all.
Oh, the welding machine and your job flew out.
Oh, it still hurts. Yeah.
Wow. I'm sorry to bring that up.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I got a new one now. Yeah. Touche.
A new welding machine?
No, I got a new job.
Oh.
So our good friend Chowder, by the way, says, good morning, family. Chowder is off to orientation, currently having a little breakfast, maybe last meal. Chowder hates driving test. Chowder, congratulations on the new job. Our good friend Touchdown Tara, and we got a couple of phone calls coming in here. We got some room to maneuver here, though. Our good friend Tara Garris says, wow, are you guys going to cover the U-turn that killed those 3 people? Very sad. That was something else, too, wasn't it?
I don't know. I didn't see that.
Oh, my God. Well, I knew about it, but I also got the video, the in-cab video of it. Mm-hmm. Just crazy. Guy, the in-cab video makes you doubt humanity across the board. And that's bad enough. But it got sent to me by our good friend Showtime, who asked me to kind of send it to our good friend Dean Croak to take a look at it. Okay? Mm-hmm. And Dave, if you see it, you'll never forget it. You haven't got to look it up. We'll pull it up later for you. You can just stay in the show.
God.
Yeah.
No, really. This car looks like it's already been through the crusher.
Yeah, they have the in-cab. They have the in-cab of it. They literally have the video of them in-cab.
Wow.
Dave? Here,
the
show,
in-cab.
The show here.
Yeah. Oh, we have it. Okay.
I got to tell you, Dave with newfangled technology is something else to behold. By the way, it is. It was terrifying. It was frightening. We're not going to comment on that this morning because we still don't have enough information about what it. Look, we know that the people behind the wheel of that truck, a disaster, an absolute disaster. We're gonna kind of hold off on that for a little bit, though. Okay. We got a couple of phone calls coming in. 3.5 is on the phone, Dave. Why don't you talk to him? Why don't you say good morning? Go ahead.
Hey,
good morning, gang.
Good morning. Good morning. Good to hear from you.
It's good to talk to you. I just want to remind I'm in Southern California.
Oh, okay.
And I just wanted to remind all the listeners that there's a holiday coming up, which puts the cargo theft at a higher rate every time. And
yes.
If you guys are going to go home and spend a few days with the family and all that, just secure your loads, check on them every now and then. If you're in the truck stops, having to pull your 36, walk out there to the truck every so often, check it out, and it doesn't matter what you're hauling. The crooks want everything you have. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. And cargo theft out in that neck of the woods, Southern California, the ports of Long Beach, LA, up 22% over last year.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's as
Yeah.
technology gets better, so do the crooks.
Mhm. I think
And
cargo theft has hit $1 trillion now. Is
wouldn't
that the
doubt.
numbers you guys are getting? Yeah, it's astronomical now.
Yeah, I still get all the emails and alerts from the Western States,
Mm-hmm.
Cargo Theft Association. Even though I've stepped down from the board, I'm not a part of it anymore. I don't attend meetings, but I still am abreast of what's going on, and it's not slowing down.
No, it is not. And
And
more
they're
and
just
more honest people, and I say this in quotes, but it used to take a thief to buy something from another thief, if you know what I mean. Like if you're buying hot televisions or whatever, you're pretty much a criminal too, right? Regular folks are starting to do this now because they can't afford food and other things. It's crazy.
and the different social media platforms, whether it be Craigslist or Marketplace or whatever, you'll see a lot of stuff out there, and you'll wonder, why does somebody have 35 rototillers, why exactly are they selling them out of their backyard?
Yeah.
And so you got to kind of know, when they're half price, that, you're probably buying stuff that was stolen either off a truck or a train or, somewhere that, it's not legit.
Yeah.
And like you say, possession of stolen property is still an offense.
Mm-hmm.
But I just wanted to remind the drivers, it's not only Christmas; they'll do any holiday.
Any holiday,
They know that
yeah.
you're not watching.
Exactly. And Labor Day, the end of the summer, so you've got some time-sensitive things like watermelon, food items too. I think the biggest, if I'm not mistaken, going over to New Jersey, pork chops are like the biggest hot item to heist. Because people buy them right out of the back of the trailer, they take them home and eat them. That's it. Where do they go, right?
Central California pecans are a very hot item to steal. Because they can bag them and take them to the swap meets, and there's no way to trace them. There's not a serial number or anything like that. Mm-hmm. And so I know of several loads of that being done. But diapers, anything and everything.
Anything disposable or edible is easy now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and the other thing is too I don't know if you guys remember this, but there was a big jump in cigarette prices a couple of decades ago, a real big jump, and then they scaled back. I don't know if you know that, by the way. There was a massive jump in the cost of cigarettes, and then they actually scaled back because what they figured out was when they had that massive jump, when it went from like $2 or $3 to like $9. They realized that hijackings went through the roof because it was instant profit for the mob. What they did to compensate for it was they actually scaled it back, and they dropped the price again and then slowly began to raise it up again. Do y'all follow me? So because the thing is, if prices jump too high too quickly, it just makes for really easy pickings on hijackings when you have that kind of massive price jump. And what you've seen lately is a lot of massive price jumps. And so a lot of that is being caused by that. And then I think what happens, I think you're right. I think at some point the guys who are doing the bad stuff go, well, since we're stealing pork chops, since we're stealing stuff that, has had massive price jumps, why don't we just steal everything?
Mm-hmm.
Because then you figure out how to do it and you really get good at it. So you might as well just steal everything.
I remember a massive hike in cigarette prices. When I started smoking cigarettes in high school, they were 30 cents a pack. 1975, I went to buy some cigarettes out of a machine and they were 75 cents. I got mad and quit and haven't smoked another cigarette since.
What I thought was really funny, though, was that if you were really a committed smoker, you could find cartons that would still kind of deliver those price points for you. They figured out ways around that nonsense for a while.
Our first apartment next to close to Tulane Loyola here in New Orleans was when we got married in 1968 was $85 a month, and they raised the rent to $90. We got mad and moved.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. By the way, 3.5. We got to take a break here in a second, and then got to talk to Pack Rat. Magic Rat. Go ahead.
Well, one other quick heads up is on some of these drivers that are getting double and triple brokered. if they're contacted to change their delivery location, they need to do due diligence to trace back to the original, because that's one of the easiest ways to get a load stolen from you. You think you're delivering to the correct place when actually you're giving it to the thieves.
There it is. Well said. Well done. Big thanks to 3.5. Thank you for the call, sir. Hey, by the way, this sports report is brought to you by ShadyRays.com. Cut down on the glare of the hype, lost and broken protection game plan, a good team with great customer service. Who's got your back? They've got your back at ShadyRays.com. They had a wonderful thing yesterday at Williamsport, by the way, Dave. You know, the Little League World Series has started. Major League Baseball plays one game out there. They actually play a game. So the major leaguers go out there to join the little league teams that are in the Little League World Series. They ride down the hill, the famous slide down the hill on the cardboard boxes and all that stuff. The game was played. In fact, the Mets have, for the first time in a long time, won 2 in a row, 7-3 over the normally red-hot Seattle Mariners. It was a lot of fun for a lot of the kids, and the baseball players actually kind of pressed in and took pointers from the kids. This sports report has been brought to you by our friends at ShadyRays.com. Cut down on the glare, get over the hype, and get that lost and broken protection program, ShadyRays.com. Take a quick break here. Pledge, National Anthem, Bracing Cup of Java from our good friend John. Come back and then talk to some other folks on the phone lines along with introducing this show.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday, 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 Monday. Hey, I hope you had an awesome weekend. Pray that you went and worshiped somewhere yesterday. And if you didn't, I pray that you watched it online and that it rejuvenated you and given you a great deal of hope. I just want to share something with you. It's found in Psalm 56, verses 3-4. It says, when I am afraid, I put my trust in God whose word I praise. In God I trust. I shall not be afraid. What can flesh do to me? You know what the songwriter's saying? He said, flesh can't do anything to me that God won't allow. And this songwriter understands it. David says, hey, it's not anything that could go wrong in my life. The songwriter wants us to know that whatever is going on in our life, that is only temporary. The only permanency in our life is to spend eternity with God. So quit fretting over what you feel like somebody can do to you and start rejoicing in the one that you know who has you. God bless you this Monday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Amen. And we're not fretting over here. Back to you, fellas.
Hey, what do you say we jump in and talk to Jody, and then once we're done with that, give people a sense of what is going on out there with this show today. Hey, Jody.
What's going on, fellas? You doing all right?
Yeah, we're doing grand, my friend. We're doing grand. What's happening with you?
Just doing my thing. So far for being a Monday, it's going good. So I picked up tomorrow's load today, and it's going to get delivered to Wally World today instead of tomorrow. Same load I did it last week. They took it a day early. Where I'm going, they don't really care. So it's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Everything's going good. Then I'll flip flop and head to the shop and get an oil change done real fast and do it all again tomorrow. It is what it is, right? Just trying to make the money. If I can stay a day ahead of the game, that's good for me. As long as nobody seems to mind.
Let me ask you something, Jody. What is the angriest you have been before you actually have stepped in your cab? We were talking about that this morning. The idea. Look, I mean, we can't avoid being angry, but what is what is the angriest you've been before you stepped in your cab? And did you have a moment like Dave or Dre where you had this moment where things could have gone a lot worse, but didn't go great, where you said to yourself, I'm not doing that again, and learned to kind of compensate for how to deal with what we all know now is road rage, or I guess not what I call parking lot rage or driveway rage?
Back in the day when I was a rookie driver, there was times where I was so mad there was no way I should have been behind the wheel of especially a gravel train, just the way things were going and things that you and I have talked about in the past with things I used to do that I shouldn't have done back then, but just my temper flying to where I should have never been in the cab of a truck, not even a car. I've been that mad, but luckily nothing ever happened that went wrong. And through the course of the years, I've learned when things are that bad, I just relax. And you and I have talked. I don't let a lot of things get to me, especially doing this job, because you can hurt a lot of people.
Yeah.
Whether it's one person or a busload, it's too many. So if you're ever that mad, you just don't get in the truck. You know what I'm saying? It's like having a loaded gun, like a loaded missile. You just don't do it.
I don't know if this happens in New Orleans, happens anyplace else but New Orleans, but I have noticed at a couple of other places, just not at the kind of regularity it happens here. Have you ever, in your own personal vehicle, gone across an intersection where you had more than enough time to actually make the cross across the intersection, and somebody coming in the other direction sped up? Have you? You know what I'm talking about? Have you had that happen, Dave?
I'm not so
okay,
you're going north.
You're coming. Yeah, you're coming
west.
here. Let's use the building we're in right now.
Yeah.
So you're coming across Esplanade Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever noticed that anybody, upon seeing you come up, actually is sped up?
I don't know. I don't think
you know what I'm talking about, though, Jody. Right? The idea that it's like you put your blinker on and somebody speeds up to make sure that you can't get over. You come out in the intersection and somebody speeds up, and what I'm guessing happened there in that parking lot was that you had a bunch of idiots that nobody wanted to cool off. That I think that, like that Bill Burr thing we saw this morning, were you poking at it? Were you messing with it? And I think that guy refused to kind of budge, and the other guy didn't realize that he hadn't budged. Would be my best guess for what happened. If he deliberately ran him over, that's a whole other thing. But you know what I'm talking about? Everybody thinks everybody else will have a cool head. You know what I'm saying, Jody?
Oh, yeah.
And Jody's gone.
Here on the road,
there
the
he is.
drivers will probably tell you, it's like, I'm not governor down. So, I scoot along pretty good. Not recklessly, but I'll be scooting in the center lane, and even the company that I'm leased onto, trucks that are way down, they move over into the
Love you, Jody. Got to drop you. We're in the break up there. You know what I was talking about, though, Dave?
I do. I experience that if you're trying to change lanes, they won't give you a shot. I always slow down.
I have one for you.
Yeah.
You're basically you're going out of the intersection and you're turning. You're going from one street but turning on like left onto another, and the car coming speeds up. You've never had that happen.
I can't say that I have.
Oh, I
think it's the expression on my face that just keeps that from happening.
I understand.
Because I'm never angry behind the wheel, but I look angry.
Yeah, but they don't
it makes
care.
a
The
difference.
person way back
You
there
don't
doesn't
think so?
care. I'm not talking about somebody that would be an accident. If
Yeah.
somebody was close enough to see your face and they sped up,
Yeah.
you're in an accident at that point.
Yeah.
Okay, we got one more phone call.
Oh,
Magic.
wait a minute. You're going in the same direction they're going?
That's one of them.
Oh, well, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I thought you meant, I don't know what I thought you meant.
Well, I meant the other thing too. No, the idea
I don't know what I mean.
that people will deliberately speed up in anger, as if I'm going to hit you. They're really not going to hit you, but they're going to hit you. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'll show you.
I'll tell you what I have learned around here, and this is becoming rampant. I have learned to count to 3 before proceeding when my light turns green, because there'll be 3 or 4 cars after
T-Bone.
the lights are red.
That's why in New Orleans you waited a green light and blow through a red light.
Mm-hmm.
No, don't blow through a red light. We got one more phone call, Dre?
Magic Rat?
Magic Rat is here. What's happening?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Magic Rat.
Yes, I'm here.
Good morning.
Go on. What you got?
You're on the air now.
It's your call.
Oh, okay.
Welcome, brother.
What's on your mind?
Is it? Hello?
Hello.
Hello. All right, we're gonna have to drop Magic Rat. You can call us back at some point. Thank you so much, man. Let's take. By the way, Magic Rat, you can call in the next half hour. Like I said, I think there was some confusion about the back and forth and picking up phones and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
We'll get Magic Rat back on here. At 8 o'clock in the center, we're going to basically start the whole shebang off with Eric Teo. He's going to be joining us. He is the Director of Statistical Services at Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, Highway Loss Data Institute, and we'll be talking about how safe driving apps could benefit safety research. We have a return guest after that, correct,
Kent
Dave?
Grisham's coming in, President and CEO of the Nebraska Trucking Association. We didn't get to tort reform when he was with us last week.
Yeah, and we're thrilled to have him back, by the way. Wanted to give him a chance to really kind of dig into that. After that, Kathy Fulton, the Executive Director of the American Logistics Aid Network, Allen, will be here to talk about hurricane season and the uncertainty around FEMA. Oh, it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah.
We're going to find out how smart those fellows were who were going around cutting services. We'll see how smart they are. Maybe they're smart. Who knows? Maybe it works out. Good friend of the show, Michael Freeze. Football is upon us as well, too. But there's plenty of stuff to talk about. He's the Transport Topics features editor. After that, Dave, is
Linda Gardner-Bunch, the managing editor of The Trucker, is going to be joining us. One of the reporters.
And then Courtney Neiman, the executive director of the St. Christopher Fund. We'll be talking about 2 tracks, health and wellness, and financial assistance to offer OTR drivers. Our good friends from the St. Christopher Fund, which Dave is one of the founding members of, will be joining us at 10 after 9 in the center. And then
we have Rick Mihaela coming in. He is the director of emerging technologies. He's the lead on the battery electric vehicles fleets for the roll-on less. Every week, a different fleet is being
sometimes
highlighted.
2 a week.
And they are large and small. And this is the smallest one I think we have. Albert Transportation, Henry Albert.
We'll get to the other folks that we'll be talking with when we get to Touchdown Tara Garris here on Nemo Nation. We'll be back after these messages. Go to truckdown.com. Get out of the ditch. They've been doing it since 1997, hooking up providers and trucks. Hey, guys. truckdown.com. We'll be right back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Take a breath and settle in for a bit of the long haul on Nemo Nation.
We're settled in and we're hanging out with Jimmy Mack and Dave Nemo live from Passport Studios yet again.
Passport, by the way, is out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. How they're doing it? Research, technology, and, of course, the Pepples. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com, nationalapprenticeship.org. Their great journey towards Washington, D.C. has begun. They've got their nominees. A couple of, more than a couple, a whole bunch of great Americans are going to be going over to Columbus, Ohio, to the Veterans Memorial and Museum, and then the next day bouncing over to the Kenworth plant in Chillicothe, doing that thing, seeing the truck, finding out who the 3 or 4 finalists going to Washington, D.C. are, and then it all rolls into a week where they have the Vet Ready Summit, the awarding of the Kenworth T680, and that culminates with everybody heading on over to Arlington National Cemetery for the Laying of the Wreaths for Wreaths Across America. You got your first chance last year to do that thing. Had a great time.
Vet Ready Summit. They are serious about what they're doing there, too. Those classrooms, well, I say classrooms. Folks are taking notes in a classroom-type setting. And,
really digging in. Because
really trying to learn as much as they can.
About the difference between vet-friendly, which many people are. Everybody's vet-friendly. Sure. I mean, the people that aren't vet-friendly, they tend to pick up, coupons in Whole Food parking lots anyway. But people who are vet-ready is a very, very different kind of experience. We had last left off. We were talking about who's going to be with us. Rick Mihalik, of course, as Dave pointed out, the director of emerging technology who takes the lead on BEV fleets for Run on Less. Albert Transport is the one we'll be looking at 9:20 in the center. Immediately after that.
Well, Nancy O'Litty is going to be joining us. She's the executive director of NITL, which is the National Industrial Transportation League. And that's one of the best-kept secrets for the last 2 centuries. That group goes back to 1907, before trucking even existed. And they've got some big opinions and stands on 3 things. Probably won't catch all 3: tariffs and merging of railroads, and also the independent contractor issue in New Jersey. The ABC test is back.
The ABC test is back over in New Jersey. You got a problem with that? Some people do. We'll be discussing that at 9:30 all the way up until 10 o'clock in the morning. Then finally, in the last hour, the post-trip, we're going to have more kind of loosey-goosey conversations with Jamie Jones, of course, of Landline.
Love having Jamie on.
She's the managing editor over there. And we're going to be talking about DEF, but also she's got a couple of pieces out right now. There's a lot to talk about in regards to what she's having to cover over there at Landline with our good friends Mark Schwemmer and Tyson Fisher, a whole bunch of other great folks over there kind of making the miracle happen. And then finally,
Joe Lynch,
the
host of the Logistics of Logistics. I mentioned that this sort of is like a bumper sticker, and we're going to kind of take this apart. Let's treat drivers like brain surgeons. I really want to hear him put some insight into that.
So
Thank you very much.
The really cool thing about this, I got a chance to talk to Joe at length as we were kind of discussing about coming on the show, and it's in many ways it couples nicely with what Brian Wiebolt has been talking about. A number of people are beginning to understand there is a lack of an overall approach, if that makes any sense. There's a lack of a holistic approach. And I mean, this falls on everybody. I don't know if you heard it on the other day. I went off on a rant, Dave, about the whole situation with the diesel mechanic shortage. And in many ways, if you were listening, it was really about, what's going on with truckers, because there is no shortage in trucking. What there is the inability to actually, what's the word I'm looking for here, do what needs to be done to encourage retention. And what has happened with diesel mechanics is that, I love all the leads, like citing a lack of pay and, the expensive tools, there's a lack of diesel mechanics. Like you want to say, well, there's your solution. You know, you literally have people bemoaning a shortage when they're being told. But what's really happening, I think, to a large degree, is people saying, "Wait, there isn't a solution that doesn't involve me having to pay people money." I mean, I'm really, it really is. We're getting to the point now where I want to look at people and say, you got to pay these people. You got to figure out some way to actually create an environment of work that's enjoyable, or at least purpose-driven. I mean, I'm not talking about having to enjoy every moment you're at work, but you know what I'm saying here, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, there's no controversy. We mentioned this last time too. When it comes to the driver shortage, from the day one, it was controversial. But with the technician shortage, mechanic shortage,
it's real.
It's not controversial. It's real, and they know why.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think it's
the
same reason. I think when you hear people say there's a driver shortage, what these companies are bemoaning is there's a shortage of quality drivers.
Mm-hmm.
What they're really saying, though, is there's a shortage of quality drivers that I can pay on the cheap and not give a damn about. I'm sorry. We got a lot of people, some of whom pay lip service, some of whom really mean it, about how we should treat drivers. But you know what? We still have the problem, which means we're still not doing what we should be done. Speaking of doing what we should be done, our good friend, the Touchdown, is here. The Turtle is here. Our good friend, Touchdown Turtle, Tara Garris, is arrived. Good morning to you for Breaker Back Talk.
Good morning, Jimmy. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning.
How are you guys?
Fantastic. And you sound fantastic.
Really? Thanks. Appreciate it.
What's going on?
Well, we have a lot of messages, a lot of comments, as always. There are a couple that I want to get to. Would you mind starting with the Facebook comments with me?
Go on.
Okay, so this first one, okay, listen, I'm kind of tired of this topic. I'll be honest, I think everyone is, but it keeps coming up. We got a comment yesterday from Dwayne P. that said, "Why did Dave leave Sirius?" And I'm like, guys, listen, are we going to keep rehashing this? I'm kind of over it. We're really happy in our new era of RadioNemo, but clearly not everyone knows exactly what's going on, and they don't need to. But why did Dave leave Sirius, guys? Can we just wrap this up in like one sentence and put this to rest?
Okay, but only if we can frame it, and then later on you can post on our socials. If you listen to Nemo Nation at 7:37 at the I guess what we call it, the 37-minute mark of the show, you will get all the details you need. I would like to see how many people will. Promise me we'll do that, and we'll do that.
Promise, I will.
Okay. Where would you like to begin, Dave?
Well, the short story is, and you can use the analogy of the TV show Survivor, and this became a meme. We got kicked off the island.
Mm-hmm.
And we started swimming for another island. But when we landed, we realized we didn't land on an island. We landed on a continent.
Ooh.
And we didn't realize until like I kind of hit me last week in some conversations I had with some folks that the trucking world was kind of waiting for us.
Mm-hmm.
Because you guys have been out there already. So
you're still dancing around stuff, man. You're talking in big metaphors. We have to go there. We have to actually talk about this openly. By the way,
do you want the dollars and cents?
We can. Tara, do you want us to go deeper than that? Because that's still kind of, and we can stop it here. But would you like us to go on?
I mean, as much as you would want to go on.
Okay. And I've always, through my career, have tried to parallel what I've done in the studio with what drivers do in the cab. Small little room by myself, small little cab by yourself in the middle of the night doing what you do. We link up, right? And when the ELD came out, I made a parallel because back in the 90s, we went to computerized logs and computerized sound editing, and I thought my career was over. First time I saw somebody editing a commercial with a computer as opposed to a roll of tape with a razor blade and a marker, okay? Now, we were independent contractors or lease operators, such as a truck driver would be a lease operator with a company. So you know that there are parameters there and economic issues and things like that. I'll just tell the way it is.
Tell it. I mean, tell it.
The way
we're going to keep on
our living.
We're going to keep on going through this until we have to be honest about what it was that happened.
Okay.
There.
What happened is that when the radio and television makes money by selling advertising space by the minute or by 30-second parcels. And we had 12 minutes per hour that are available for sale. And Sirius has 12, but when we were on, they took 6 and we took 6, and they just needed our 6. So they said adios.
Yeah,
after
and there
25
was,
years.
and after 25 years, well, the worst part about it is, and I'm gonna be a little honest too here, Dave, because like I said, it keeps coming up and coming up and coming up. And the other thing is too is that they made a real problem. I would be really honest. The show immediately after yours, Tim Ridley, before he came on that morning, gave us the most lovely thank you and goodbye. The show after us wormholed us. Made some kind of real passing comment that we ever existed. And there was a real effort at the end to make sure that they hid this information as long as they possibly could from the people that were listening, because they know how the rhythms and patterns of the listening happen. A lot of people, as you notice, don't know what happened to Dave because some people work for a company that has Sirius at one moment and they don't work for a company that has it at the other. A lot of people don't have Sirius in their cab until they get in a cab that has Sirius in it. Or they take a step back, take some time off, come back, and he's gone. They made a real big effort at the end to keep burying what was happening. I want to make that really, really clear, that there was a real effort to act as if nothing happened and it was business as usual. They offered nothing on their platforms. They have their own social media. They have their own Facebook page. They have their own Twitter page. They have their own, everything they have all the same stuff that we have. They didn't do a lot of work over there on a regular basis. They did very little to promote the show. Most of the promotion of Road Dog Trucking happened because of RadioNemo on a regular basis. It was minimal. It was lineups, and that was the end of it. And the other host really didn't push in. You probably notice that all the hosts over there have pushed in now because we were doing the heavy lifting. That was the absolute truth of the matter. They made a financial decision. It's what's happened after the financial decision that has left a bad taste in some people's mouths. Because the reason that Dave just gave you, which was honest, not negative, an absolute nuts and bolts of what happened.
As Tony Soprano would say, it's nothing personal. It's just business.
Yeah, by the way, that's what Michael Corleone would say. Tony Soprano would whack you. But basically, it's what happened in the aftermath, where even people who were sponsors, even people who were contributors, even people who, how shall I put this, were on the show on a regular basis, that we had to absolutely get on the phone and tell them what had happened, because different people were given different reasons for what it was that happened. I kid you not. Some people were told that we left on our own volition. Some people were told that Dave was retiring and sunsetting the whole company. I mean, literally, we had sponsors who were told point blank, "Oh no, Dave is retiring. He's going to sunset the company." Other people were told by the same person, "Well, we had a disagreement over some things, and they left. I don't know why they would have left. We missed them terribly." It depends on who you talk to. What you heard from Dave just now is if you notice, there was nothing negative in it. They just wanted more money. They wanted to get their hands on our revenue.
Yeah.
And that's it. And that's what happened at the end of the day. They wanted to take money from us, and they could. So they did. And that's that.
Yep.
How's that for an answer?
I think that's great. I think honesty is the best policy. And what you said about people getting subscriptions to the old platform and then not, and then coming back, we got a comment that I bring to the table only because I kind of thought it was funny, not in the way you would think, but I just wanted to address it. We got a comment that said, "Did Dave Nemo die? He will be missed. I just got my subscription back and he is gone. Smooth roads, Dave." And Dave, are you with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Jimmy, check the pulse.
Reports
You're
of
right
my
there
death
with
have
him.
been
Thank
greatly
you.
exaggerated.
Oh, no.
as
There
Mark
are
Twain
moments
would
where I
say.
want to kill him, but oh, no. Dave is alive and well and still continuing to be Peck's bad boy over here on iHeart, Odyssey, YouTube, Facebook, and everywhere you can get your podcast, by the way. I kid you not.
I mean,
that's.
comments like that just drive me crazy. It's like 5 minutes of research would have cleared that up. They commented on a video that Dave was just on air speaking like last week. I'm like, come on.
Well, the other thing is too, like I said, I'm not engaged in anything untruthful here. I'm not engaged in any sort of interference or any sort of defamatory statements. But the truth of the matter was their goodbye was literally goodbye, get out. There was no thanks for 20 years. I'm going to say something that Dave would never say. There were some people at the end who took credit for Dave's success in regards to sales. There are people who did it. Tara straight up did that, and that person only worked with Dave for 10 years. Literally, Dave has been with XM. How long with XM?
Oh, as long as they've been around, literally.
And then how long were you at Sirius?
2001?
Yeah, how long were you? 15 years at Sirius?
I don't remember when the merger occurred,
but
and
yeah,
we were proud that we made the cut because two things can't occupy the same place at the same time. So you're fully staffed at one entity, fully staffed at the other. Now they're going to combine. You can't make a day last 48 hours. It's still 24 hours. So some made the cut and some didn't. We made the cut.
And I'm going to make a criticism of Sirius XM now. They made the decision, not Dave, to remove the music from the equation. They're the ones who did that. And I don't know exactly what their reason was. If I was to guess, is that they wanted to use the trucking channel as a way of driving people to their other channels. That once again, truckers turned into a piggy bank. You know what I'm saying? It's literally, let's get them in here with their channel, but then deny them the music they've come to love and hear. Don't create any programming that deals with that kind of stuff. Because there was no show on the air, Dave. None of their channels had anything like you used to do with the old Road Gang, which, by the way, you do once a week now for an hour called Nemo's Night Beat.
Yeah.
There was no programming like it, and they eliminated it. And they eliminated it to help the rest of their platform. And by the way, Tara, I can say this once again, Dave won't. They never promoted him. They always made a habit of trying to promote what they hope to be the next big thing, because I think at the end of the day, they couldn't control him in the way they control almost everybody else on the platform now. Straight up, I'm not, guys, it's the absolute truth. Everybody there now works for them. Literally everybody is there. The last remnant of somebody who actually got to have a little pushback was OIDA and Landline. How's that doing? So how about that? There we go. You've asked us to tell you what's going on. That's what happened. That's it. Do me a favor, though. Would you please tell people that's what happened here?
I will clip that. I will separate it out from everything else, because for the longest time up until like last week, the video that was the first thing you see on the website is just like, Dave Nemo's gone. It's just like, we don't want to push that because he's not. He's right here, and we're doing great things. The new era of RadioNemo is doing better than ever, in my opinion. And also, speaking of music, I can't get into it very much, but music is coming back on our multitude of platforms, and I'm very excited. I'm working on it right now, and I can't wait for that. But yeah, I thank you for being honest about it, and I will post it for sure.
And as you noticed, by the way, guys, we didn't get personal, and there were some people. I'm actually going to give a nice shout out. There's a guy named Dave Gorab, who was at Sirius XM, who gave Dave, from my understanding, I didn't listen to it, a lovely phone call, an absolutely lovely, sorry.
Again, it was just a business decision.
It was a business decision. Like I said, the bad taste in our mouth, if there is any, has been the aftermath. I also will say, and I'm going to go here, I also will say that there were people who knew about it before we knew about it, and actually in doing that took advantage of the situation.
Yeah.
And nobody from Sirius XM at the time, but there was one or two people who got some inside information and engaged in some really backhanded and underhanded stuff. Dave handled it with such class and such aplomb, and I'm proud to be his son-in-law. And we'll leave it at that, and I will simply say, go on.
Thank you. Thank you. So speaking of, you guys already brought it up, but it was part of what I wanted to talk about today was the full rant of this so-called diesel mechanic shortage. And Dave, you've heard about it, you've seen it. We posted it on our YouTube channel, and we got a comment that's a pretty long one, but it's someone who used to be in the trade. And they said, I was a diesel mechanic for 12 years and left. When I started, they only wanted to pay me $12. I was doing everything from PMs to heavy repairs and still having to buy my own tools. The pay just wasn't there. They micromanaged and rushed everything. Now I make twice as much in another field I had no experience in. They always have a shortage. Pay the money. Stop using the metric system in the shop. I'm glad I left. I wouldn't recommend the diesel trade to anyone. HVAC, plumbing, electrician, much better options. Thank you for addressing this.
I wanted to ask Dave a question to get your opinion on this. Do you think that the diesel mechanic shortage is because a lot of people in the industry tried to play the same game with diesel mechanics that they played with truck drivers and had it blow up in their face almost instantaneously, as opposed to, we talked about the slow boil that has happened in regards to truck driver retention, right? Mm-hmm. And the idea of how they treat people, a lot of people, how they treat people. And I think they tried the same model with diesel mechanics, and as Tara has pointed out, excuse me while I go work for an HVAC company that gives me time off.
You know, it's interesting you should mention HVAC. I was on the road this weekend, and one of the local air conditioning repair places had a van, and they had a little want ad on the back, as a lot of them do, and it says, all of our techs are 5 days a week, no weekends, and no on-call. And I thought, oh, no on-call. I'll bet that's going to get a lot of calls.
Oh, man. Well, there it is. I mean, I think Dave's description of the HVAC situation he just laid out is the answer to anybody about what's going on with diesel mechanics, by the way. And by the way, if you notice, Kevin Lindsay doesn't come in here every week complaining about any shortages.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm tooting a sponsor here really quickly, but I mean, you can bet your bottom dollar that they've worked some stuff out over there, how they handle their business. I mean, that's the game. And look, I know that there are people who say it's my passion project. You know, I do this as my passion. I get that. But the people who do it as a passion also respect themselves and know their limits about how much work they're willing to do. And that's simply a matter of that. Go on.
Thank you, but I appreciate it. Atri drops in our comments all the time. It says so many things, and they dropped in just with a little thing that just said, "Great to hear our friend Dan Ronan on the air," and I do too. I love hearing Dan on air. He's got such a warm voice, and having him and Dave and you, Jimmy, in the room together, like metaphorically, of course, is such a great time always.
We enjoy Dan's company a great deal. We're talking to Dan tomorrow, as a matter of fact. Dave, I didn't tell you we have an appointment with Dan tomorrow just to talk for a little bit about what his future here is going to be.
Oh yeah.
About where we're headed, where the programming is headed, where the channels are headed, all
He's
that kind of.
He's a true gentleman.
Yeah, and funny and erudite, and somehow manages to do that impossible thing where he manages to talk around transportation and never lose the thread. I mean, I would tell anybody who thinks Dan Ronan is groovy to look up his bio sometime, to look up the wealth of experience.
He'll be in broadcasting history books.
Yeah,
he will be.
And I still think the best is yet to come when it comes with Ronan. I think he's got one more ace up his sleeve at some point, kind of like the ace of spades in our bathroom. You know what I'm saying? Spades, the ace of spades. Go on.
Well, we got another comment that came in from user Magnus Little 6631 on your Nemo Nation interview with Kent Grisham about the CARB rules. And they wrote, Nebraska isn't a CARB opt-in state. If you want to operate freight in opt-in states, upgrade your fleet. These states democratically voted to improve emissions standards. Why should Nebraska and these fleet owners override that?
We can ask him about that.
Yeah.
We can ask him about that. I think I will say that if I know where Ken is coming from, and this is me being completely neutral, the worry is so goes California, so goes the nation, because we're talking about interstate commerce here, Tara, and if in fact you've got to make load runs from Nebraska into California, it means that when you roll into California, guess what you have to do? You have to upgrade your trucks. You have to upgrade your trucks to kind of fit California's standards. And if you don't, you run the risk of being put in violation by CARB. And I think look, there's two arguments here, and I won't make California's. We'll have somebody from California from the other side, maybe from CARB come in and make the argument. I think, Dave, the argument is that that's fine if it only applies to companies that are inside of California. As a Nebraska trucking company, why do I have to follow California's laws and upgrade?
I think there's an old bumper sticker adage that plays in here too, and it may not make immediate sense, but haste makes waste. Go back to 2007 when the ultra-low sulfur diesel came on point. Okay, get rid of that sulfur. That's wonderful. And then little O-rings started disintegrating in the engines, and it became, a bad situation. Those biodiesel. I remember getting a call from John Hausladen, who heads up the Minnesota Trucking Association. First winter in, hey, guess what? This stuff freezes.
Yeah.
And now we have DEF. So it's haste makes waste. Yeah, everybody wants clean air and clean water, but you got to do it in a way that's going to work.
You ready for the shameless guest plug? Rick Mihalik.
Yes.
That is what NACV.org is all about. That's what they're doing. They are going around the country and embedding themselves with different fleets, different owner-operators, different transportation companies, different delivery companies, shipping companies, and trying to figure out, of these approaches, which ones work the best, in which conditions they work the best, and what it means for the industry moving forward, what an all-of-the-above messy middle approach looks like. That's why NACV is doing what it's doing, is to try to figure out at what pace should we move, at what pace are we working best, and circumstances on the ground and on the road dictating what approaches we take. It's a good question. It's a good point, but there's also a counter to it. Ken will probably talk about that as well.
Are we there yet?
Are we there?
Are we there yet?
No.
Yeah. Are we there yet?
No. Say it one more time. I'm coming back, and I'm leaning over the thing, and distracted driving will take over.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And the guy on the other lane is speeding up.
Yeah,
So there we go.
yeah.
Everything's come full circle. Last one, Tara. You get one more, and then we got to get out of here.
Well, I don't know. The last two I have, once again, they're always something big. This one came in from Carl Schweitzer. It says, during your time on air, has there ever been a phone call that you remember being really funny or just a super memorable moment?
Oh, you'll have to give me a buy on that one for right now. You know me. You know I can't answer anything immediately.
I'll tell you, in one of our last shows, we had a phone call. I forget who it was. You, me, and Tom Bray were on the phone together for one of our last shows on the former platform. I remember it. Everything went off the rails, and then Lindsay joined us. Remember that?
Yeah.
There's a couple of those moments, but we got to think about it. We got to go, Tara. Dre's giving me the 30-second high sign. Thank you for Breaker Back Talk. Go on back to your life.
Thanks, guys.
We'll be back on the other side of this break. Nemo Nation kicks into high gear. We're going to start off with Eric Teo. Hold on tight. Hey guys, go to shadyrays.com.
Baby was born. Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
It's Nemo Nation, a show that moves as fast as American transportation. So buckle up, because here we go.
We are buckled up and we are moving fast with Jimmy Mack and Dave Nemo from the Degas House of Degas at the Fast Forward
Maison
Studios.
Degas.
Yeah. Take it away, fellas.
How about we just go with an old New Orleans way of saying the Degas house?
Degas.
We're at Degas house here,
Degas.
which, by the way, is the Fastport Studios. What they've done here is they have converted the old offices of the Airbnb.
Mm-hmm.
That's not fair. Of the actual bed and breakfast.
Yeah.
They've converted the old offices of the actual bed and breakfast and the historic home of Edgar Degas, and we've turned it into the Fastport Studios. And by the way, our friends at Fastport offer the toughest recruiting and workforce challenge as a solution. They do it through research, technology, and people. You can find out about them at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org at the Degas House. Hey, Dave, good morning to you. We got our first guest up for the rapid fire segment that is Nemo Nation.
We do indeed. Eric Teo is about to join us. Eric is the Director of Statistical Services at the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety and Highway Loss and Data Institute. Eric, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Oh, it's great to have you with us. We've had your fellows on the air through the years. You know, you guys come up with some really valuable information, valuable guidance for all of us out there on the road. Just want to say hello. And speaking of on the road, you heading out anywhere for Labor Day?
No, I'm not. I'm actually doing a nice little staycation here.
Ah, yeah, fantastic. We're going to kind of jump right in here, and I'm going to kind of open up here, and you just take the ball and run with it, if you will. But when it comes to today's topic, how safe driving apps could benefit safety research, I don't think there's any question about the validity of that. But Eric, there's no question about the benefits of ECM telematics data in getting to the unbiased and accurate information about driver behavior and getting to the what really happened, okay? And this data comes directly from the vehicle, unbiased. It can give us an accurate picture of how, say, we make changes or improvements or upgrades to interchanges, as you guys point out. But the data is supposed to be anonymous. And some say Big Brother ain't going to stand for that. In fact, Edmunds, a very famous car vetting place, last August, about a year ago, said they had put out a piece entitled, "Your Car Data is a Privacy Nightmare." I know you guys have heard this 1,000 times. How do we gel all of these factors together to make this all work? Because we've already seen privacy breaches early on in terms of cars being tracked.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could tell you that everything that we receive to analyze is completely anonymized in the sense that, number one, we don't have any name or anything identifying attached to it. But number two, and probably more importantly, is it's aggregated to a certain level. So if we're studying drivers on a given road segment, we only know there were X number of drivers and they spent this proportion of time on their phone, that sort of thing. There's no way to track it back to anybody. But I think, like you highlighted, these data is a really interesting new opportunity to study distraction, because distraction, in particular phone use, is just so difficult to measure with traditional methods. And for example, a police officer asking someone who was just involved in a crash, "Were you on your phone?" Let's just say that's not a good way to measure it. Okay. So telematics addresses some of those limitations of police-reported crash data and roadside observation data to figure out, aside from crashes, how many people just in general were on their phone. like you said, the measurement is unbiased, but of course there's a limitation to these data too, is that it's people that opt into the app. And there has been a concern that, it's the sort of safer people that are more likely to choose to do this. But we did do a study comparing what we see with telematics to what we see with a well-known national roadside observation study that's been going on for years. And they come to the same conclusions. So, we know that all data have limitations and so forth, but, that made us a lot more comfortable about what we're looking at. And another big advantage of these data are if you're trying to study, like you mentioned, some infrastructure change, like changing an intersection, putting in a speed safety camera, something like that. One of the problems with traditional methods, as in sending roadside observers out there or whatever, is we often don't hear about these changes until they happen. So it's very difficult to collect data on what it looked like before. Whereas with telematics data, since it all just kind of, let's say, exists, you could specify, I need data from this road segment on these 2 time periods and so forth, and then get that data and do a study, even if you weren't made aware of the change before it happened.
All cars at this point, all trucks at this point don't have telematics, don't have the ADAS, the advanced driver assist, systems and things like that. So, but more and more will. Is there a point to where at what percentage do we need to get to before we get completely accurate data? Because at some point or another, every vehicle out there will be giving data, so then you'll have 100% coverage, right? But that must be at least years out, if not maybe a couple of decades out. Does that make sense to you?
Well, it makes sense, yeah. So to be clear, these safe driving apps are the type of things people use to save money on their insurance, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's different than the ADAS systems that are like automatic emergency braking and those sorts of things. But in terms of how many people need to use it to have accurate data, I mean, there's not really a single number there. I mean, always more data is better, right? But, we already have quite a number of people using it. I don't know how many that is, but we are already getting pretty accurate data and are using this data for studies.
Is it a two-edged sword? And what I mean by that is when in the trucking world, when cameras first came out, it was seen to be very iffy, and then folks started to realize, well, wait a minute, if I'm doing the right thing, I'm good, but if I'm doing the wrong thing, it's bad. So there's that two-edged sword kind of a thing. And then when you had the little dongles that you put into the ECM in cars to get a discount on insurance, another two-edged sword. So when it comes to, and I'm going to kind of circle back to the human element here because that's what we do. Mm-hmm. What kind of pushback do you get on that? Because there's got to be pushback.
Maybe there is. What I end up seeing is the data set at the back end. I think the pushback would be with people's insurers or with their fleet managers or whoever, and I'm not involved in any of those.
Sure.
But I do agree with you that, if you have this sort of technology, let's say watching your driving, if you're driving well, then there's a benefit. So with these safe driving apps, you get a bigger discount, that sort of thing. And on the driver-facing camera side, if you're doing well and you get a hard braking event, you get to explain to your supervisor, this is why that guy cut me off and I avoided a crash.
My wife and I were out. I got a new car last year, and it has all the bells and whistles.
It's nice.
Yeah. So we're out looking at Christmas decorations, one night in the neighborhood, and the car keeps telling me, keep your eyes on the road, keep your eyes on the road. Now, that is being tabulated someplace, right? In other words, is that warning recorded?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Is there a list of things that are recorded. In other words, there's all kinds of stuff like if I don't put my blinker on to change lanes, the car does not like that. So that is a thing. It's a safety thing, and it's a valuable thing. But again, it can be used against you in a court of law. I hate to put it that way, but you know what I'm saying. You don't always put your blinker on if there's nobody around, but the car doesn't care if there's anybody around. That's the way it's built. So do we have a good list and a bad list, so to speak, of the kind of technologies that we need to look out for?
So I'm not aware of them collecting information on things like that.
Okay.
Which is, say, lane departure warning activations. This is probably what you were experiencing.
Yeah.
But there is a thing called an event data recorder in cars.
Right.
And there is somewhere in the Federal Register or wherever a list of the data elements that are required to be recorded. It's mainly things like, were you applying the brake? How much throttle were you applying? Maybe steering wheel angle, whether the airbag deployed, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing if you look at the list, it'll probably be less things than you think are on there.
By the way, I'm actually looking at Dave and giving him a look of consternation because I'm saying, please don't give people listening these ideas. They haven't been implemented yet. And now Dave is actually telling them to kind of look at this stuff, and people are growing it all over the country. It is limited, is it not, Eric? I mean, there is, as you said, there is a limitation here. It isn't as substantial as you think. But is it imperative then that the people who actually are doing this make it really clear what is happening, because it might take a lot of the fears of Big Brother out of the equation? Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I think companies offering things like this always need to be upfront about their privacy and what is and isn't happening.
Yeah, and I always feel like they are to the legal limit of it, and then you get some document that goes on for like 1,000 years, and then you just have to click at the bottom if you want to get the groovy new service. For your staycation, by the way, we got to tell you goodbye this morning, but it's been a pleasure having you on. For your staycation, what are you going to do? What are you going to do to make that weekend as easy as possible?
Oh, I'm probably going to go paddle my kayak in the river and play some pool and drill stuff.
Well, I think I'm going to staycation with you. I mean, that's what it's going to come down to. You buried the lead kind of on that. I'm just going to stay home. People are like, oh, he's just going to stay home. And it's like, oh, yeah, there's a river right next to me that I can kayak down. By the way, kayaking is some of the best exercise out there, Eric. Have the best of weekends, and it's good to have you. Please promise us you'll come back.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Eric Teo, everybody, the Director of Statistical Services at the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety.
The celebration of National Days, by the way, is brought to you by TruckDown.com, because the quickest way back to the party is TruckDown. Since 1997, truckers with maintenance problems have been turning to them to get back to the party. They now serve 50 states and 8 provinces. Go to TruckDown.com, and after that, you can celebrate, well, you're going to love this, Dave. Never Give Up Day is on August 18th. And you can celebrate that day amazingly. Did you know the concept of motivation and its effect on the human brain has been studied by ancient civilizations? Humans have always achieved more than they thought they could do by sheer willpower. It's a well-known fact, with the right motivation, you can move mountains. I don't think it's any surprise that today is also National Cream Pie Day. That's right. Never give up. Finish that cream pie. This National Day of Celebration is brought to you by TruckDown.com. Head on over there. They serve 50 states and 8 provinces. Who do we have coming up next?
We have our friend Kent Grisham, who heads up the Nebraska Trucking Association, coming up. But, very, very quickly, today is National Catalog Day, Mail Order Catalog Day. Ooh. A lot of folks say, what's the first mail order catalog? Montgomery Ward. Wrong. The Aldus Pius Manitus catalog, he in 1498 put out the first catalog in Italy. So there you go.
Nicely done. Nicely done. We're going to tell Kent Grisham good morning. Dave, would you care to do the honors and the introduction?
Kent, good morning and welcome back. It's great to have you back.
It's great to be back, and I really appreciate the second opportunity. Second chances are a great thing.
Indeed. We asked Eric Teo from the Insurance Institute to tell us about his Labor Day plans. What about yourself?
Well, we will be at the Nebraska State Fair that opens later this
fantastic.
week.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Nebraska Trucking Association is a education partner with the State Fair. So we have a huge display with trucks and our truck driving simulator. We have a working Mac engine with a transmission attached to it and everything that people interested in diesel technology can come up and turn the key, and that big old monster starts up. And I tell you, we can say what we want about, lovely, quiet electric motors, but there is nothing that turns heads in a crowd like the sound of a diesel engine starting up.
Indeed. It kind of trumps
have a
the
great
horn, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But let me ask you
we
one
don't-
thing. Are you guys going to
Yeah,
have
go ahead.
pig races?
There are pig races.
Okay,
of
it's a
course.
state fair.
It's a state fair.
Fantastic.
And lots of fried food.
Oh, my goodness. Do you guys have the weird fried foods that Texas does?
Like the
Oh my goodness, yes, yeah. I mean, Texas does everything bigger than everybody, but I would venture to say, at least in terms of selection, we're right up there.
Fantastic. I did a little research about today's topic because when you were with us last week, we didn't get a chance to go into tort reform. So I found out the Chamber of Commerce put a very interesting piece out. They say that the beginnings of tort reform goes back to 1951 when pain and suffering awards start to really take off. There were several pioneering trial lawyers, and they dramatically increased pain and suffering awards. And then we go to 1991, and the U.S. Supreme Court was kind of worried about damages, punitive damages that are, quote, running wild. And the court says, and I'm quoting here, unlimited jury discretion or unlimited judicial discretion for that matter in the fixing of punitive damages may invite extreme results that jars one's constitutional sensibilities. So we go from there to 2018, the infamous Werner Transportation $100 million verdict. And then just a couple of months, in June of this year, after all those many years, we get the reversal on that. What does that reversal mean in terms? Is that a real landmark cornerstone for maybe getting, if nothing else, some clarity on this? How big of a deal is that overall?
Well, it is a very big deal, of course, in that state, in that court, and of course, it will always be used as legal reference. I'm no lawyer. But, even in state courts, those kinds of things do have wide-reaching impact. But I think the thing that all of my friends in the state trucking associations need to remember, we must continue the effort at the state level in every state, because just because a great reversal happened at the Texas Supreme Court doesn't mean that there aren't, crazy laws allowing crazy verdicts, nuclear verdicts in any number of states. Thankfully, Nebraska has a little bit more control over itself than what some of these states do, but there's also a lack of a lot of things in Nebraska that would prevent those kind of nuclear verdicts, and we're very actively engaged in our legislature to try to change those. And we're going to keep up that fight until we get those changes in. Because a great reversal at a Supreme Court level in Texas is not a good safeguard for the rest of the country.
Yeah.
And by the way, that kind of goes back to the idea that people need to understand that this is what's so crucial. And this is part of, we can go back to, as a question about CARB and y'all's ongoing struggle with CARB over there. This is why people need to understand, if in fact we view the states as laboratories of democracy. I say it that way. It's my Boris Karloff impersonation. But if, in fact, the states are laboratories of democracy, then it really, you guys understand that there's not going to be any national law passed anytime soon. This has to be a state-by-state battle where each state has to look at its own intended problems and figure out how to approach any attempt at reform through state houses, correct?
That is absolutely correct. And, it would be great if someday we would get our act together and say interstate commerce is such a critical element, an essential element of life, which of course we've had great examples of that from the pandemic and many natural disasters where the trucking community, it keeps moving. We keep rolling no matter what, and it's all done in an interstate commerce atmosphere. To us, that means that all of those kinds of liability questions, anything that has to do a motor vehicle accident, as tragic as they may be, and as much as we hate seeing them happen, those should be adjudicated at the federal level because they involve a vehicle that was operating in interstate commerce. Now, that's a bigger lift, even than state level tort reform, and that's why the states have got to continue to be engaged in it.
Yeah, the joke I would make is I'm not sure if you're familiar with who runs the Trial Lawyers Association, but I can assure you they aren't the Boy Scouts. That's a big, heavy lift at the federal level. Which is why in some ways, it's so important for what I always tell these people, whatever your fight is, start it at the state level first, because literally you are Don Quixote if you're going to start a battle at the federal level. You have to show kind of nationwide support for what it is you're doing, and you do it one state at a time. Correct?
That is true. And I go back to what Dave said a minute ago, where he was reading the quote, constitutional sensibilities, was it? That seems to be even a moving target, and who would have ever guessed that? That seems like such a standard that we could all salute and stand up for, but I don't know that the constitutional sensibilities even exist anymore.
Yeah, well, that's
another
conversation.
Like that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, what is it? There seems to be a nationwide movement of I love the Constitution until it hurts me.
Kind of like the Bible.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I'm all in favor of this. Wait a minute. I got to do that too. Oh, never mind. You know what I'm saying? Isn't there a cafeteria version of this institution where I can go in and pick what I want and sit at my table privately and eat whatever the heck I want when I want? That's not okay. Yeah. I understand. I'm going to change lanes here just for a moment. I can't. Next Wednesday, not 2 days from now, but on the 27th, you guys have a webinar entitled Nebraska Paid Sick Leave Webinar, presented by the Nebraska Trucking Association. You don't do a webinar unless there's a reason for it. What's cooking on that?
Yeah. Well, the Nebraska, of course, for those who don't know it, is a one-house legislature. So all kinds of interesting things happen when you have a one-house legislature. It's kind of more akin to, say, a city council and a mayor sometimes than it is a body of legislators and a governor. But when someone has an axe to grind or some kind of issue that they want to turn into a movement, we call our second house as a vote of the people, a petition drive. And so there was a petition drive and successful ballot measure that forced paid sick leave into being mandatory in Nebraska. And the original bill that was brought through the petition drive made it for every company, no matter how many employees, no matter what the makeup was. If you were an employer with more than one employee, you had to offer paid sick leave. The legislature and the governor did work on some revisions to that, but it does impact every company that has more than 10 employees. And of course, a lot of our motor carriers and allied service companies do have more than 10. And it does even include drivers who are paid by the mile. So it's a complicated formula, and it's something that has a lot of people concerned because it shifts also the burden of responsibility to the Department of Labor, and it creates a fine structure rather than someone being able to go in and sue their employer if they feel like they weren't adequately compensated for sick leave. Now they go to the Department of Labor and file a complaint, but there are potential fines in place for companies. So the purpose of our webinar is just to let motor carriers in particular be shown how to work through this process, how they have to calculate paid sick time for drivers who are paid by the mile and some other issues like that.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question that I think I know the answer to, but I'm going to ask it anyway because we used to be independent contractors. There are so many independents and lease operators in trucking. Where do they fit into this, if at all?
It's our understanding that they do not.
Okay,
That independent contractors and leased-on drivers are still responsible for themselves.
Got it. Figured that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which, by the way, to make sure I'm really clear and to make sure our listeners are clear too, you've got non-employees. The moment you hire the 10th, it triggers it. Correct.
Correct.
The moment, and that's really what people need to understand is that this is why. We're not just talking about companies with 25, 30, 50 people. We're talking about the moment you flip over from 9 to 10, it applies to you instantly.
Actually, from the moment you flip over from 10 to 11.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I misstated that.
No, you didn't misstate it. I wanted to make sure we were clear on it. That's why we ask questions, because it's the kind of thing that people often make hiring decisions based on this, by the way. I mean,
they do.
Yeah,
sure.
And that's important. That's an important kind of thing. And what I really like what you guys are doing is saying, look, there may be some stuff we have to talk about with the legislature, but it's important, I think, Dave, that it's like we're going to follow the law and help people understand what they have to do, as opposed to just being like, well, just ignore that, which is really important. Go ahead, Dave.
It sounds like you guys are going to have a wonderful time at the state fair. It sounds like you guys have a wonderful exhibit there that's going to get a lot of attention. But let me circle back to the food tents. What are you looking forward to that you'll never eat again for a year, but you're going to do it at the fair?
So here's the thing for me. I'm not a big hot dog kind of guy. The only corn dogs I eat are once a year at the state fair, and I still have to put a lot of mustard on it.
I'm right there with you, by the way.
Me
Don't
too.
give me a corn dog if you can't. If you can't, by the way, I'm like a once or twice a year corn dog kind of guy. But if I do have them, man, what I do though is I actually put mustard all over the top of it and then dip it in chili and then do a scoop on the chili.
Oh my goodness!
Worth thinking about.
I'm going to come up with a corn dog infused with chili. How's that?
Oh, now you see what you're talking about now, Dave. Now we're thinking about chili dogs and at 8:26 in the morning. Big thanks to you, Ken. Thanks for making the time to come back and join us, brother.
I really appreciate it and love what you guys are doing.
We're going to ask you back, but you can beat us to the punch. If anything comes up that you really want to get out there, please let us know. Claire Marie will get you scheduled in.
We'll do it. Thanks.
Thank you, man. Ken Grisham, by the way, made double duty last Monday, this Monday. We ran the clock out on him last time. We've run the clock out on ourselves this time. We got to take a quick break here. It's Nemo Nation. Guys, don't forget to go over to truckdown.com. They've been serving 50 states and 8 provinces. They've been in business since 97. Get your truck out of the ditch and back on the road with truckdown.com. And remember, finish that piece of cream pie. You like chocolate or a lemon cream pie?
Me, go lemon.
Lemon. We'll be right back. It's Nemo Nation.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
We sure are, and we're still hanging out with Jimmy Mack and Dave Nemo, the legend himself. Take it away, fellas.
Well, thank you very much, Dre. Let's all recall the days when mail catalogs were the mainstays. Not only is it Mail Catalog Day, Mail Order Catalog Day, it's also Bad Poetry Day, so thank you very much. I wanted to kind of slip that in there. Never give up, by the way. It's also Never Give Up Day, so don't give up on finishing that cream pie. Welcome back to Nemo Nation. Dave Nemo, myself, Jimmy Mack, of course, Phone Master Dre, Madison with a T, and dotting the I's is lurking around here as well. Welcome back. We got a great guest coming up next, Dave. Who do we have?
Well, in terms of welcoming back, we're thrilled to welcome back our friend Kathy Fulton. She heads up ALAN, A-L-A-N, the American Logistics Aid Network. She's also a founding member of FEMA's Supply Chain Analysis Network, that's SCAN, and a founding member of the Private Sector Emergency Management Association. Of course, you know that as the PSEMA. And Kathy's been a member of the National Academies of Sciences. And if I keep talking, I'm just going to talk, and she'll never get a chance to get in here because there's a lot to say about Kathy, but we want to hear from her. Good morning and welcome back. It's good to talk to you.
Hey, good morning. That is a lot of acronyms in my bio.
We love acronyms.
Yeah, you just heard me taking a sip of alphabet soup right there, so it's a good way to start the morning.
Well, timing.
How are y'all today?
Oh, we are great. We are great. I'm going to ask you about your Labor Day weekend plans here, too. We've been kind of doing that. Kent Grisham, who heads up the Nebraska Trucking Association, they're going to have their state fair. So he's looking forward to a corn dog. What's cooking for you next weekend?
Whatever my husband decides to cook, whatever he puts on the grill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know, around our house, if it's grilled, it's good.
That's right. That's right. We don't have any big plans. It just this time of year, I never make actual plans because I never know what the weather's going to do, what it's going to throw at me.
I have a love-hate relationship with Labor Day because when I was a kid, I go back to where you got off on Memorial Day, you went back to school the day after Labor Day. So Labor Day was like the Ed Sullivan show when I was a kid. When Ed Sullivan was over, had to go to bed. When Labor Day was over, you had to go to school.
Yeah, it's like the panic attack that most kids who were Generation Xers would have when they'd hear the ticking clock of 60 minutes. They'd be like, oh, no. I've got to go back to school on Mondays. The dread would actually rise at that point. The other thing about Labor Day, though, it does come at the heart of hurricane season. It really is when things really kick in. And I know you know this, that we're broadcasting from city of New Orleans right now. We're coming up on the 20th anniversary of a little event that happened here that changed the way the city operates. So there's a lot of love-hate relationships with Labor Day. I think everybody from the city of New Orleans that particular Labor Day took the day off because they didn't have a choice. So, I mean, and we're talking about this today. Not Katrina, but we're talking about hurricane responses, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're in the peak of hurricane season now. As you well know, there's a big red X on the map called Hurricane Aaron. It's bouncing between Category 4 and 5, so it's a big storm. Not really going to hit land directly, but it will affect the islands and the East Coast. But what's going on at FEMA? and how much other weather disasters have cost us so far are downright scary, as you know, Kathy. Can you give us a look maybe at the bigger picture?
Yeah, so I'll start by saying, yeah, we're coming up on the 20th anniversary of Katrina, and I was in New Orleans earlier this year. Sorry I didn't come see you gig anywhere,
Don't
Dave.
do that
but,
again.
Yeah. That is my reminder that even when the absolute worst, terrible things happen, good can come out of it. And that's always my big picture. That's who I am as a human being.
Mhm.
Is like, hey, this really crappy thing just happened to our nation. Who are the people who are helping? And that's always the truck drivers and the warehouse people and the logistics people who are making stuff happen, and getting people back on their feet.
Well,
So that's my big picture.
And what happened in Texas just recently too.
Oh my gosh!
And it's kind of buried in the. It's not going to get the attention that something like Katrina had. And I think when things are named, you give something a name, you give it power. There's that. But there are so many things that have come and gone that are huge, and I don't mean big, I mean huge, with many lives lost, towns and ways of life destroyed. Look at North Carolina last year. We could go on and on and on, is what I'm saying, as you are painfully aware of.
Yeah, I mean, I joked about not making plans over Labor Day weekend just because of watching for hurricanes. But it really, this year has been a reminder that it doesn't matter what time of year it is, whether we had the flooding in Texas, which is devastating, the fires in California earlier this year, back in January. We're on high alert all of the time now. Our team is just getting up and checking the news. Like, what are we going to be working on today, folks?
Yeah.
Which is, it's a terrible way to approach life. But like I said, we know that there's good that comes out of it. People get help that, because of organizations like Allen and because of the businesses that are backing us.
Let me jump right to it, by the way. You guys take a long, hard look at FEMA. There is a lot of uncertainty around FEMA this particular coming year because of the DOGE. Can you kind of talk about what you're going to be looking for in regards to FEMA responses to anything that makes its way either directly or indirectly onto the shores of North America, particularly the United States?
Yeah, I think that the FEMA cut has been very publicized, right? We all know, hey, we're gonna get rid of FEMA. There's all these conversations about it. I'll start by saying the people who I know who work at FEMA are dedicated, incredible public servants, and they want to do the right thing. They want to help people. Let's start with that. I don't think anybody can discount that the individuals who are there want to do the right things. They are hampered. Now, forever, FEMA has had to work with what the states request of them. Now, what they have in order to provide to those states, whatever the states request, that's going to look a little different this year, right? And so whether it's funding to help repair roads and bridges, or even just individual assistance to community members to help them fill that gap until they can get other forms of assistance, that's going to look different this year. And so it is going to be on the states and the cities to help provide that.
Yes, and we've already seen, as you point out, in the first half of this year, we've already seen $15 billion worth of weather disasters so far. Yikes, and then some. So businesses, communities, it matters. What are folks telling you in the business world right now in terms of how they're going to face this? Because houses get destroyed, but so do shopping centers,
Yeah, so there's so much happening in the business world right now, where everybody is just trying to survive, especially in the trucking world. We know people are waiting for something to happen so that they can have work to do, right? But we are hearing people who are trying to make sure that their employees are better prepared, right? So that their employees are getting what they need, recognizing that some of the stuff that has been done to better help prepare has been. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of feedback. Sorry, hang on just a second.
Oh.
Yeah.
I just want to let me add something while we work out that particular issue. The other thing is too, Dave. You said houses get destroyed, but businesses get destroyed too. That's a business's problem as well, because the houses that get destroyed are the houses of the employees, and that is something
double whammy.
Yeah, it's a double whammy that's kind of at play there too. The other thing I wanted to ask you about, Kathy, and I know you got to be a little bit careful here, is there going to be a close eye on this from the federal government, because they've got a perfect scapegoat. If something goes really wrong and FEMA's unable to respond, they got a perfect scapegoat with the founder of Tesla, who is no longer involved in the federal government. Do you see any possibility of suddenly cuts being restored if things go really, really wrong?
And I'm having some feedback, hearing some crosstalk here, so I'm having a tough time hearing you. But I think you're asking about, do I think things are going to get restored suddenly? I think people are going to do what's right to help disaster survivors. That's my hope, anyway. Is that whether it's government support or businesses jumping in to provide that support, my hope is that we're going to do what's right to take care of people. Regardless of what that looks like. And you may need to ask your question again.
You got it right. You got it right.
Great. Good.
Well, logistics is what, the L in Allen stands for. And, you can, and going back to Katrina, I remember the horror stories of, truckloads of ice, truckloads of water. They're stuck in Arkansas and Missouri, Kentucky, trying to get down here to New Orleans, and they don't know what to do because they don't know where to go, and nobody's telling them this. And a lot of waste was happening in terms of man hours, in terms of the commodities themselves. I forgot what the question was. I shouldn't have gone down there. I know what it is. Okay, so I have a business. I don't know about logistics. I mean, I know my deliveries come in the back door. I sign for them, put them on the shelf, and I sell them. So there's going to have to be is there going to have to be like a big learning curve for a lot of folks who never had to deal at that level of relief in terms of putting stuff together, because that's what you guys do. And if you didn't put it together, nobody gets anything.
Yeah, I mean, so the great thing about Allen is that we're helping businesses understand that all the time, right? We're here to provide that support. Right. I think I've lost you all.
No, you got us.
We haven't.
You got us. Have we lost her?
We're here, Kathy.
Kathy, can you hear us? We're going to actually have to hang up on Kathy, right? We're going to have to say goodbye to Kathy. You're going to call her back and see what's going on over there. Guys, Nemo Nation continues here. In just a few moments, our good friend Michael Freeze is going to be joining us. Dre will give us a high sign if we get her back. I can editorialize in a way that she doesn't want to, and she shouldn't. I think that people are going to take a really close look. The first big one that hits, Dave, the first big one that hits, don't be surprised that people are screaming from the high heavens, because the one thing that a lot of the president's allies will actually respond to above and beyond him is when their core constituents turn on them. Mm-hmm. There is nothing clearer. Like I said, the president's power that he has over these legislators extends only to the people that still support him. If they feel like they have been abandoned to any degree, that could go very, very badly. And I say that, by the way, not as a way of making any sort of editorial comment on the president's methods and methodology, but just the reality of, if a storm hits, remember, George Bush's popularity rating before Hurricane Katrina was pretty steady at 50 to 55. He never recovered. Mm-hmm. He never recovered from that moment. Go ahead.
I just want to give Kathy's and Alan Aid's website. It's ALAN, Alan Aid, AID, AlanAid.org.
Yeah, that's guys, please check them out, by the way. The other problem we have, and I'm going to keep on going through this, is that all these states, Dave, passed all of these balanced budget amendments, okay? They passed all these balanced budget amendments, which means that in order to be able to compensate for the loss of funding through FEMA, either they're going to have to expand their borrowing, or they're going to have to expand how they get their revenue at some point to pay for this kind of stuff, or they're going to have to cut services to compensate for the aid that they're going to have to provide the local communities. And once again, you're caught in that dilemma of you want to see a constituent turn on you. Somebody can be anti-taxes, anti-revenue, all they like, but the moment it actually affects them, they suddenly become Keynesian economists. You know, I mean, that's what kind of plays itself through. So we'll be watching this. Like I said, hopefully there is no example that happens. You follow me?
Yes.
I mean, I do not want one to hit so we can find out. But when one does hit, I want to see if, in fact, the people who run government say, hey, you know, maybe we should have looked at those numbers a little closer.
Mhm.
Maybe we should have taken our time as opposed to a big slash and burn. And by the way, that discretionary spending cut didn't make that much of a dent in the deficit.
Because the 30,000-foot decisions on what's good for people and what they need and what they don't need and what we need to do about it changes dramatically when you go to ground level.
Yeah, I mean that's a big deal. And people need to realize too that discretionary spending, that at the end of the day with the federal government, the big ticket items aren't the ones they ever cut. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
You know, I mean, like I said, I mean, look, you may have your feelings about PBS and all that stuff, and I'm willing to have that conversation across the board in regards to what gets programmed, what gets put on there. But at the end of the day, that's a drop in the bucket compared to defense, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and servicing the debt.
Yeah.
Those are the big five. At the end of the day, those are the absolute big five. So we'll keep it. And Medicare, Medicare, Medicaid, those big five. You know what I'm saying? Those are the things that actually create it. Who do I got on the phone?
Oh, Mike Freeze.
Oh, well, let's get a little bit of reporter music here for Mike Freeze, shall we? Let's kind of slip that in here. Michael Freeze, by the way, is one of the guys with the plan over at Transport Topics. More importantly, he's a friend of the show, and he is a fan of the NFL, professional wrestling. He can talk stock tips from time to time, and he's got a beautiful wife, a wonderful son, and we love having him here on Nemo Nation. Hey, Michael Freeze, what's going on, and how's the world of Transport Topics treating you?
I'm doing fine, Jimmy. The world of transport topics, a lot happening. You know, definitely when it comes to these emission regulations. But you know, we keep on moving in the trucking world, so doing okay.
Yeah, we were just talking with Kent Grisham at the Nebraska Trucking Association this morning about tort reform. But he was with us last week and kind of went through there, and Eric Sawyer from the CTA a week before that. So we've been kind of into that as well as you. So what is on the horizon for you right now in terms of the reporting? What there are so many facets to cover at this point, and what you lead with becomes the lead, and that's what people see, and they don't really dig down sometimes to find out what else is going on.
Yeah, no, you're right, Dave. You know, there is a lot of moving pieces and a lot of moving parts and issues, especially when it comes to regulations and things of that nature. You know, I mean, the EPA just curbed DEF shutdowns in new and existing trucks. You know, that's something to talk about in the real time. But you know, with my being the features editor at Transport Topics, you know, we tend to my focus is the over encompassing areas of the industry, such as technology. And, you know, we do have our deep dive, our latest deep dive. We explore the evolution and the adoption rates of advanced driver assistance systems, ADAS. You know, that technology that has been for some time, especially in commercial vehicles, it was that value added bonus, you know, such as, you know, just safety warnings, such as pedestrian detection or collision warning, things like that. And nowadays, those things are pretty standard when it comes to commercial cars and even passenger cars. So what we wanted to do for this deep dive is just kind of explore these two things. One, our first story with our writer, Stephen Bennett. We wanted to, look at the latest innovations of ADAS and just how, the main focus has been on safety and with greater accuracy. And then also our other writer, Mindy Long, she also gave us a great overview of just how fleets are, accepting and adopting, ADAS technology in a bigger bunch than it has in fewer years. So we're really taking a deep dive into the ADAS technology and learn how those systems are growing within fleets. So that's pretty much what I've been concentrating on the last 2 weeks or so.
Yeah, and by the way, that's such a great kind of thing to bring up here, because we spent the morning actually before we actually welcomed our first guest talking about those systems, and then we talked to Eric Teo about that as well.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to kind of talk about future investigations, kind of talk about what those stories kind of discovered, what some of the conclusions there were. But I'm also interested in where you think you should go next, because one of the great things about those deep dives you take is that in the best of situations, they actually open up more questions for you guys. So talk a little bit about some of the overall 30,000-foot conclusion. Okay, it's weird to say a 30,000-foot deep dive, but you take a deep dive and then you step back and see what the overall picture of the deep dive was. Conclusions, where to next?
Okay. Well, one of the things, like I was saying before, just the evolution of having those particular systems, those driver assistance systems, where they were value added. They were extra. They were presented as extra when it came to buying a particular unit. Not maybe 5, in some cases maybe 10 10 or 5 years ago. And now they're standard. And then being standard, we're at that level where we need to increase the efficiency on these systems. It's not only you're detecting a pedestrian walking on the street while you're driving, and maybe that person is not seen at a particular angle. There needs to be more accuracy in these detections, and I think that's where, well, not think, but as our reporting shows, that's where that particular focus is at, and that's where the future lies, in just making the systems that the industry has already, making them better, making them detect what they need to detect in that greater accuracy. We have just some comments from Robert Braswell. He's the executive director of the Technology and Maintenance Council for the
longest
American Trucking Association.
Michael, I don't know if you know this, but it is the longest running segment on all of Dave Nemo's platforms. Tech Talk with TMC has been going on weekly.
Oh yeah,
for 1,001 episodes as of last week. Unbelievable, huh? Unbelievable. We've been doing that forever and a day. Yeah, I know, crazy. So let me follow this up.
Yeah, I know.
I want to make sure I'm getting something straight. So these programs, these bells and whistles began as value added. They then became standard. You guys now think that accuracy upgrades are the next big step, where they're really going to hone it down till they get it what they think is perfect. I want to ask you, is that what you're saying? And then the follow-up is, how much of any of this stuff, when you look at technology, do you guys ever track to see when it becomes a mandate, when it becomes actually really required to be there? You follow me?
Yes. That in itself is a slow-moving train, as that is. As a mandate, and those are the things that Braswell has been doing with TMC, and it's just working with the fleet maintenance leaders that are in that group, into getting something, of a mandate when it comes to ADAS technology. And, just from talking to Braswell, he had said that, things are coming along, and in the applications and the adoption rates, they're really taking off. He didn't really have the numbers. They're compiling the numbers right now, and I'm pretty sure that they will have something more concrete during the fall meeting next month. But Braswell was very confident in showing that the adoption rates are making a positive turn for these fleets to take into this technology. And to answer your other question, just of just sort of where this is all morphing into. You know, I mean, it's all in the sense of continuous improvement, especially when you're talking to, you know, the fleets. You know, for instance, you know, Boyle Transportation. You know, they have incorporated collision mitigation systems in about 12 different technologies when it comes to ADAS. And since then, you know, their preventable claims frequencies is at an all-time low. And, you know, you can't have a fleet where, you know, you're not going to have an accident, or, you know, you want to have, you know, zero amount of accidents, and, you know, just kind of reaching that, you know, you try to strive for perfect, but, you know, it's, you know, you definitely want to have your accident rates at a very low level. So, you know, just kind of, you know, shooting for excellence and not perfection, that seems to be the course that fleets and the suppliers are taking.
One of the things, too, and I'm going to circle back to the human element, and we talked with Eric Teo from the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety about this earlier, too. Mm-hmm. When the first camera came out, it was forward-facing, and guys still didn't like it because it's a camera and blah, 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 and it's a privacy issue. And then the inward-facing cameras really kind of blew the lid off of things on the personal level. Some of that has tamped down now because the benefits outweigh the non-benefits, and so if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if I'm right, I'm right, and I can prove I'm right. So I better be right. But if I'm wrong, I'm in trouble. And early on, it seems to me, and I may be wrong, and correct me, it seems to me that when you did something and they called you in, well, here's what you did on October 17th at 2:30 on Highway 65. It was nice working with you. Pack your bag and get out. So there was that. And then the original idea was to use those films or that video to train drivers, to help drivers. Have we kind of crossed over the Rubicon on that to where folks just aren't getting fired anymore like they were when this stuff first came out?
Dave, I'm glad you brought up that point and that dynamic, because, you know, that is the thing. I think that's the age-old thing when it comes to technology.
Yeah.
You know, for the veterans that are in this space, and it's just, this is just another device to catch me when I'm, to bust me for something. Mm-hmm, you know, this is something to watch me, and I'm not going to sit here and say, that's not happening anymore. But there's definitely cases where that might be the situation. But Dave, this technology and the fleets that we've talked to, it really comes into play when you're talking about crashes, when you're talking about the fear of nuclear verdicts, because that seems to be the selling point, especially with these providers to fleets, because there's that particular situation where there's a driver gets to a wreck, and for some nefarious reason, the other car or vehicle is saying something that's not truthful, and you have that video evidence. You have that data, stating that the driver was in the right. The driver did not cause harm or fault at all. And in those particular situations, when fleets are presented with that scenario and adopting and prospects of adopting that particular technology, I think that's the particular selling point that fleets are really gravitating toward. I think that's what gets the most driver feedback. Steve Kelper, who was quoted in our deep dive, he said that the best safety technologies for a given fleet depend on their operations and locations and driver capabilities and crash experiences. And as for fleets, they must not. They must avoid that, the shiny object. It's just sort of like that the lights and bells and whistles that referred to earlier. It's just
the one size fits all too.
Really getting into. Yep, exactly. It's just getting to that root of the problem, that root cause of the problem. Helping drivers get better and not using it as something as a gotcha moment for these drivers. And I think once fleets communicate that to their drivers, I think the adoption rates would be better from that point.
Michael Freeze has joined us this morning. Michael, we absolutely are completely out of time. The next time you come and join us, we'll actually have a little bit more of a take on the Pittsburgh Steelers and get a sense of what's going on with them. We will talk again and have a better sense of not just the data behind the stuff we're talking about, but the data behind Aaron Rodgers as well. Guys, go to ttnews.com. You can find out all about what our good friend Michael Freeze does. Thank you so much, sir. It is great to hear from you. Please tell everybody we said hello.
No problem, Dave. Jimmy, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. And check out the story from Mindy Long. Trucking fleets adopt ADAS to improve highway safety at ttnews.com.
We'll be back after these messages. Nemo Nation continues. Go to ShadyRays.com. They've got your back with a lost and broken protection program. They've got your back at ShadyRays.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. We're back on Nemo Nation with another fast-paced Fastport Studios half hour.
Fast-paced Fastport Studios half hour. Where were we, Jimmy and Dave?
In the middle of the fast pace with the Fastport folks here at the Degas Studios. Fastport, by the way, is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeship to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Big shout out to our friend Chef Marty. He has been in and out of the chat and in and out of the conversation all over the place this morning. Big shout out to all of our friends out there, including Junker, who is back at it. He's been sending me some text messages. Good morning to you, Junker. You're probably going to listen on the replay. That's groovy, too. You guys should. We're available on Spotify. We're available on the box known as Pandora. We are available everywhere you get your podcast after these shows are over with. And by the way, our good friend Touchdown Tara Turtle Garris is going to be posting our explanation for what it was that happened on the previous platform, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help us, Nemo. The fast pace continues. I turn to Dave to do our next introduction. Dave, take it away.
Good morning. Yeah. Oh, and real quick hello to Beach Bum. As Justin Wilson would have said, he's way up north in Shreveport. He's heading down to Florida this morning. Yeah. Well, our good friend, our dear friend, Linda Gardner Bunch is joining us. She is the managing editor at The Trucker. And good morning, Linda.
Good morning.
You know, when Ray Wittenberg started The Trucker back in the mid-'80s, I used to write a column. I wrote 2 columns on the kitchen table with a blue Smith Corona typewriter, an electric typewriter. I did one on country music.
Using those.
Yeah. I wrote one on country music and also one on Old West history. I say that to say this. I am nowhere near what you have covered in your career. And I just want to tell folks this. You've written about real estate and home decor, crafts, cooking, weddings, high school sports, you name it. And of course, you love trucking, and here you are, and I guess in the place where you really need to be. And I think that's what happiness is, being where you need to be. And we thank you so much for being with us here this morning.
Well, thank you for having me. I was going to tell you about something exciting coming up. Do you know what's happening on Friday, September the 12th this year?
Friday, September the 12th.
Well, it'll be after the anniversary of Katrina, so I'll just be relieved that darn thing is over with. So I'll be celebrating the rest of my life, having gone through 20 years of that reclamation project. Give me some good news, Linda. Give me some good news.
Well, let me give you a hint. It's a precursor to what starts on Sunday, September the 14th. And that is National Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Oh, yes, I should have.
Yes, because truck drivers do keep America moving.
Well, what is your...
Go
ahead.
On Friday, September the 12th, we will be holding the grand prize drawing for the 4th annual National Truck Driver Appreciation Sweepstakes.
Go on. And
Yeah.
what could happen for our friends out there?
Well, the trucker has partnered with Trucker Path. You know, they're a great free load board for all of our owner ops out there. And we want to give back to our drivers every year. So we have gathered some great sponsors, and we have a nice prize package that drivers can register for. Would you like to hear what a few of this year's prizes are?
As
We'd
I
like to
tell
hear
Tara,
all of them.
As I tell Tara Garris,
Okay.
go on.
Well, from Sheets, the grand prize winner will receive a $3,000 gift card and a $500 merchandise bundle. Double Coin Tires. I never can remember if I'm saying coin right. I'm from the South, so I grew up saying Cohen. And my ex-husband used to laugh at me, but so I believe I'm saying it right. Double Coin Tires. They are giving away a $4,000 American Express gift card. From ExxonMobil, we have a $500 gift card. The Red Roof Inn is giving away 25 $100 vouchers for stays because no matter how nice your sleeper is, sometimes it's nice to have a bed on the floor that doesn't move and a bathroom with a shower that you don't have to empty. I mean, I don't know how these drivers do it, guys. Rockform is giving a $500 gift card, so anyone that needs a good, sturdy protector for their phones, this is your answer because I know I'm hard on my phone. I'm not even a truck driver. I don't even have to get in and out and strap on loads and all that. And my screen is always cracked. So trust me, a good phone cover is a must. Trucker Path is giving away a 1-year SiriusXM service.
Oh, no.
They don't need Sirius to listen to They can listen. How can they listen to you guys?
Yeah, basically on iHeart. Matter of fact, you can listen to us on the SiriusXM app, but you can listen to us on iHeart, Odyssey. You can listen to us on YouTube, Facebook. You can listen to us on Live 365 and all points in between. I want to put the brakes on you for a second because I did have a big question for you, Linda. I had a big question for you. And the Chinese always say, may you live in interesting times. I wanted to know from your standpoint, because you have the 30,000-foot view in the editor's room as opposed to what the reporters are dealing with. We really live in the most spectacular times if you are a news person covering trucking right now, and you must have, the choices are not same story on a different day. You must be just over the moon with all the information while at the same time fighting to prevent being overwhelmed by the onrush of information that is coming in from both the state, local, and national level, correct?
Oh, my goodness. It is a madhouse right now.
What is the biggest thing? Go ahead.
I'm sorry?
What's the biggest thing on your plate right now? What are you dealing with in regards to the day-to-day kind of assigning stories and looking at what's coming in?
Oh, my goodness. Right now, if everything is in Washington, D.C. We are all looking at the EPA's mandates. We are looking at that HOS. We're looking at ELDs. We're looking at the electric vehicles. It seems like every day the mandates and regulations change. And then let's not even get into the tariffs.
And let me ask you a question in regards to driving engagement and driving people looking over at your website. Where are you seeing the most action? What is really kind of generating stuff? And in regards to comments, are you seeing the most comments on tariffs? Are you seeing the most comments on the DEF announcement? Where are you seeing the action in regards to listener engagement?
Actually, most of our comments are on the English language proficiency regulations right now. And enforcement on that has really only been going on about a month and a half. So we don't have enough data back from FMCSA to really see what's going on with that. But it definitely stirs up a lot of comments and controversy. It's like watching a tennis match with some of these comments.
Yeah, and by the way, I don't know if you saw this, Tom Bray, who actually was allowed to kind of be more and more open and honest as he approached his retirement, he made the comment saying that his expectation is that the numbers will simply return to their 2016 level, because we had, 1,500 in the first month, and there's always kind of a burst of enthusiasm for the enforcement of a new law as they kind of figure out what they're going to do with it. So I'm kind of curious to see if those numbers kind of hold between the 1,000 and 1,500 a month, which would bring them in line with 2016. Do you feel like the reason why the comments on the English proficiency thing are so kind of overwhelming is because it is the thing that most of these men and women see? Like everything else in regards to, the DEF, in regards to tariffs and all the other stuff, you don't see it in the moment-to-moment impact, but that folks are seeing English language problems on the ground and therefore able to respond to them more knowingly, or at least from a more kind of anecdotal standpoint. Do that make sense?
Exactly. I mean, you look at the headlines, and headlines every day come across about big rig crashes, and in some cases it's reported that the drivers did not speak English and did not understand road signs.
Yeah, it's just crazy. By the way, I don't know if you know how this new format works. We're out of time. So I'm going to give you a chance to announce one more prize that people can get from the sweepstakes to let you get your thing in there, and then also let people know where they can go to check you guys out. Take it away.
Great. Well, the last prize is from Wyndham Hotels. We will get 10 certificates worth 15,000 Wyndham Rewards points. That is a $1,950 value. And for more information on this, go to thetrucker.com, click on the little magnifying glass, and type in truck driver appreciation. It will be the first story that pops up, and there's a link to register and everything. And of course, anytime you need trucker news, visit thetrucker.com. We are out there scouring everything every day to get the latest information for you guys.
Linda, I always take the easiest route. When you go to thetrucker.com, click on the magnifying glass, just put in sweepstakes. That's what I did, and it's right here.
You are so smart, Dave. That's why you make the big bucks and I'm over here.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm stealing the big bucks if he's got them. Linda Garner Bunch, friend of the show, has joined us this morning. Guys, thetrucker.com is where you should head. It's great to have you. Thank you so much, and we'll talk at you soon.
Thank you for having me. You guys have a great week.
You too. Dave, Courtney Neiman is joining us next, and thrilled to have her on the show. By the way, it is well, you get to actually tell us who she is because it's near and dear to your heart. So if you're ready,
yes,
take it away.
Well, Courtney is, of course, the executive director of the St. Christopher Fund. And I guess, is it May that you got that slot, Courtney? I think it was, wasn't it? Courtney, are you there?
Hey, Courtney, good morning.
Uh-oh.
Hey,
hello.
Hey, there you are.
There
good
you
morning.
There you are.
Yes, I did this long, beautiful introduction for you, but I just can't remember what I just said. No, I'm just kidding. You've been the executive director at St. Christopher for a little over 3 months now. And, well, and first off, good morning and welcome to the program. It's great to talk to you again. Yeah, yeah. So how are you liking it so far? I mean, there are always surprises and things you didn't expect. Being the executive director, it's a great group of people that you're working with, and it's a wonderful group of people that you're working for out there on the road with St. Christopher. But before we get into health and wellness and financial assistance for the over-the-road drivers, how are you liking that job so far, and what didn't you expect?
I am loving it. I'm so excited every morning to get up and be a part of this organization. I'm really having to set some boundaries on weekends and not get on my email and look at stuff. I know I need some downtime, but I love this. I love it. It's not a job. It's just something awesome that I get to do every single day. I think probably the biggest thing coming in that I had learned so far is just how amazing our drivers are. I've been to one truck show event so far. I went to Iowa 80 and had a great experience. But I actually got to meet some of our beneficiaries, and that's why I'm here, is, to meet them and to help them out. But just, it feels like home when you are at these events, because everybody's just there to help you out. And, if you need something or you need electricity or power, because, it's 95 degrees in Iowa in July, it's just amazing. And so that was probably the biggest thing. I don't come from a trucking background. I don't have anybody in my family that has been a driver. And so just a little hesitant walking into that. It's like, how are they going to be? Are they going to accept me and things like that? And 100%, everybody has just been amazing.
Okay, so we have a lot of old-time, long-time listeners and friends out there who know what the St. Christopher Fund is. I'm going to attempt to accomplish two things here, Courtney. Can you kind of tell the people who are just joining us, just discovering us, just entering the wonderful world of trucking, what the St. Christopher Fund is? And then we can kind of pivot into what you guys are doing right now. So give us the 30,000 brief overview, and then we'll pivot into what is happening now on the docket for St. Christopher.
Sure. So we are a nonprofit organization, and we help over-the-road Class A semi-truck drivers when a recent illness or injury has caused them to be out of work and experience financial difficulty.
Okay. That's kind of the baseline right there about what you guys do. Now, in order to do that, you guys have expanded your mission because it's all part of the same mission. SIGs, Rigs Without SIGs, and programs like that are understanding that sometimes the best way to prevent having to spend that kind of money or to actually rely on you guys for help for all the in-between stuff means actually taking care of yourself. So what are you guys working on now? What is the big project that you guys have kind of pushed into these days?
So we still continue to have our prevention programs. Like you said, the Rigs Without SIGs. That's our longest running program that we have. We also have screening programs where we're able to send you cancer screening, whether it be prostate or colorectal, and we can send that to you. It's free. We would love to get the results back from that, just to be able to kind of help people out along that way. We also do our vaccine program. This is where you can go into a business that we are contracted with, and we will pay for your vaccine, whether it's a flu shot that's coming up soon, shingles, COVID vaccine if you're still interested in that, and pneumonia. And then we have our general health and wellness, just kind of the one that kind of everybody can kind of go into. This is a group that meets once a week with our wellness coordinator and can kind of talk about what's going on, making some healthy food choices. And then we have a new program that's starting up, and that's our Habit New program. So this is for those that are in the pre-diabetes. So you got to be in that range with your levels, your A1C levels, and it's going to be a year-long program. We have a platform that we're working with somebody, and it all goes through the platform to be able to track everything and just to kind of help you not go into that actual diabetes too, but to kind of help you stay in that, or even to reduce it and then not have to take any type of medications at all.
One of the other things I wanted to do here, I'm going to embarrass him, and we're both going to put him on the spot, is the fact that I think a lot of people fail to understand, you know this very well, that you know that you're talking to one of the founders of the St. Christopher Fund. And and by the way, we've been, being rather honest this morning on the air. And, a lot of people continue to rely on you guys on other platforms helping get the word out about truckers' health. But it all really begins with Dave Nemo, doesn't it?
It does. So he was, I guess, one of our founding fathers, maybe.
Yeah.
So, and he helped create St. Christopher's Fund, which we are forever grateful for.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Courtney, I want to kind of circle back to the vaccines. You have the flu, pneumonia, shingles. I've had all of those vaccines. You know what I didn't do? I didn't follow through on the COVID vaccines like I should have. I got one back in the day, and I just came off of COVID. Our general manager, Nick, just came off of COVID. Jimmy Mac's parents just came off of COVID. So if you think
and I
it's gone,
continue to walk between the raindrops.
Yeah,
Thank
man,
you
I
very
don't know
much.
how he's
wait.
doing it.
Oh, I know how I do it. I get off the airplane in Burbank, and they have a free shot place, and I get them, and I'm done, and it's over with. I'm sorry, Courtney. I'm spiking the football.
COVID ain't gone. It's just under the radar, but it is still rampant out there. So I just wanted to point that out on a personal level here because, you can't be too careful anymore. So at any rate, that all being said.
Courtney, I got to tell you, we're going to bring you back for a longer conversation about the next big push you guys are going to have. But I don't know if you know this, the new format for Nemo Nation is you get about 10 minutes and then you are out. One more time, tell them where people can go to check out what you guys are up to and what is going on in regards to St. Christopher.
Yeah, so truckersfund.org, that's our website. It just go on the top. We have, if you need to apply for financial assistance, you just go to the application, you'll go through that process. And then if you are interested in any of our health and wellness programs, that is the far right type, and it's the health and wellness. It's a little drop-down box, and you'll see everything that we have there. But you can always just reach out to us if you're not really sure what you need, and we'll be happy to help you.
Really great to have Courtney Neiman here join us. By the way, she's the executive director of the St. Christopher Fund, which, of course, he won't say it, I will, would not exist were it not for Dave Nemo. Thank you, Courtney. Best of days, and we'll catch up sooner rather than later.
All right. Y'all have a great day.
You
Thank
as
you,
well.
Courtney.
Dave, we pivot again. We
do
pivot
indeed.
for a regular segment on this show, do we not?
We do.
Our friends from NACFI.org are on the scene, and man, they have been full of amazing content and a really great kind of, I think, overview of everything going on out there with that messy middle, where there's a whole lot of different approaches and a whole lot of different ways of fueling up, and there is no one size that fits all. But basically, they're looking at the quality and the conditions of different approaches. Would you care to do the honors?
Yeah, I think the messy middle is one of the best titles for any program because that's exactly where we are. But I think the folks at NACFI are going to get us out of that mess. And Rick Mihalik is one of the guys that's on the lead here. He's the lead on battery electric vehicles, hydrogen, for the Run on Less program at NACFI, the North American Council for Freight Efficiency. And Rick is the Director of Emerging Technologies. Rick, I don't know why I keep introducing you because you are a regular here on the program, so folks out there know you by now. Good morning again.
Hey, thanks a lot for having me back on.
I got to say that when you say large and small fleets, you've been working with fleets of all sizes and shapes, running on less with several energy sources, and we've kind of gone through the catalog of energy sources, and we'll continue to do that. But if there's one guy out there who really stands out, and you know who I'm talking about when it comes to fuel efficiency, it's our friend Henry Albert. How'd you meet Henry?
Yes.
And what have you guys at NACFI learned from him? Because he is a wealth of how to do this.
Well, Henry is a resource. He's been around the industry for forever, and he's been pushing the envelope on fuel economy since his first day driving, and he's just an interesting guy to talk to.
You know, I this is going to be a real overstatement, but I'm going to say it anyway. If every driver drove the way Henry has been driving, going back to 1983, we may not be having this conversation. I mean, he's achieved 13.7 miles per gallon.
It's
on his
crazy,
Cascadia.
Dave. You got to stop, man. You got to stop. I knew Dave would do this. He was so kind of fascinated with last week's interview about Henry that he wanted to get into this. But we're limited on time, dude. We're talking Joyride this morning. We got to talk Joyride. Let's dig into that, shall we? So, Rick, go ahead and take it away.
Sure. We actually have two companies to talk about this morning. Joyride Logistics is just this fabulous company that started in 2014 with one truck, and they show what you can do in America. This company now has over 250 trucks. They operate largely in the Southwest in regional haul. They try and get their drivers home every other day. They are embracing new technologies, all of the tools that you can imagine that are available today. They're looking at, and they are adopting electric vehicles, and they've partnered with Windrose Technology to try out battery electric trucks that can go over 400 miles. They're doing runs from Phoenix into LA. With one charge. It's a tremendous accomplishment to see these trucks go really long distances and this is a sleeper unit too as well. So the drivers get to stay overnight in the truck and make a return trip the next day.
And by the way, you said the drivers are in the truck, and we always end up gravitating towards those drivers. From your experience and from your firsthand look at it, how are the drivers actually reacting?
We released our new video on this just this morning. So go to runonless.com and you can listen to the driver talk about his experience with it. But they love these trucks. All the battery electric drivers that we've run into, they all universally love the trucks. They may not like it before they get in, but within a week of driving them, they love them and they don't want to go back to diesels ever.
Yeah, and by the way, Lindsay and I, a couple of last week, actually got into a conversation about the way people smell, and you immediately know what I'm talking about when I say that. We were talking about the way, when you run into people have very distinctive smells. I'm actually wondering if these people are going home and dogs aren't recognizing them. I'm wondering if people are getting home and people feel different around them because the olfactory reaction to some of these men and women when they get around the people they love is like, wait a minute, you smell different. It's like when I quit smoking, it never got trapped in my beard again. And so literally I had nieces that started hugging me again because my beard didn't smell like nicotine and tobacco. And so it's like the quality of life improvement must be remarkable as well, too. I bet you they kind of react to that as well, right?
Yeah, the drivers we've talked to, they talk about the smell of diesel, the smell of fumes and things that are on their clothes, their boots. When they drive an electric truck, there's none of that. So when they get home, their family, doesn't have to immediately throw their clothes in the wash. They really appreciate that there's just, they leave the office back at the office when they get home.
And okay, so I got to pivot here. Like I said, I told Dave he would get one question about Henry Albert, and then it drifted into a conversation. So we're going to hang out here just a couple more minutes than we would have. I was kind of curious, being with those folks, what did you see? And of course, the video is going to tell us a lot about that too. But what did you see that really kind of struck you? What stopped you in your tracks in regards to taking the ride? And I've been dying to say this. You know where I'm going here. Taking the ride with Joyride.
Yeah, this company is phenomenal. It was started by an immigrant from Bosnia. This is a company started by somebody who grew up in a war zone, and it's just the backstory is so refreshing that you've got somebody who's come to the U.S., made a truck company out of thin air. It's now 250 trucks strong. It's just a remarkable story of success of what you can do in the U.S. If you try. And then, throw on top of that Windrose, which is another, it's a startup company. They've produced a production electric truck in just a few years, and they're entering this realm of OEMs. As a newcomer, and it's just exciting to see all that energy that these two companies are bringing to the marketplace.
Like I said, it's like one of the most exciting things, I think. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to try to get you back on at some point once people have watched that video, once people have made their way over there. Tell people where they can find the video really quickly, because we are going to run out of time here, but I wanted to make sure we cram both the companies in there. Tell people where they can go to get the profile.
Yeah, the profile's on runonless.com. That's just one word, no spaces, runonless.com.
Yeah, if you guys head on over there, what you'll find is you'll find a video in the profiles. By the way, Joyride is featured over there. Just click on it, get all the information you need. Rick, I have to tell you, I do want you to come back at some point next week so we can talk a little bit more about this, or after, in fact, we get that run in September, because this was one of the most exciting, I think, personal and technology stories, and you guys have covered a lot of really compelling ones. Thank you for your time, brother. It is great to have you back as always.
Thank you.
All right. Guys, run on less, of course, and you guys can go to nacv.org to find out about all the folks who are part of the team. We're going to be back on the other side. The conversation continues on Nemo Nation. Go to truckdown.com, get yourself out of the ditch, back on the road. They serve 50 states, 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com. We'll be right back with our next guest, Nancy O'Litty. Can't wait to have that conversation as well.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
We are merging. That's really hard to do here in the city of New Orleans, don't you think, Jimmy?
Why is it any of your business what I'm doing? I mean, that's literally. You
got somewhere to go?
That's literally the definition of driving in New Orleans.
It is.
I'm not actually telling you that, Madison, with a T. I'm actually telling people. And by the way, people say, "Oh, driving's bad everywhere." Contraire, mon frere.
I want to circle back to Katrina and traffic, because we were living in Nashville at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Came down because Claire was living here, and Amy came down, and after and during that time, A lot of intersections had no lights, so people learned how to you go, I go, you go, I go kind of a thing, and it really worked out well. Then when we moved back home here in 2014, I thought, wow, Katrina must have had a long-lasting effect on the way people drove, because I found that people were so much more courteous here. I don't mean, Garden of Eden type courtesy. I'm talking about much better than Nashville, because Nashville has the reputation of having the friendliest people in America. That's on the sidewalk. You put them on the street, you don't want to be around them. I mean, Nashville is horrible driving. But I thought New Orleans, Metairie, Kenner, the whole greater New Orleans area, I thought drivers were just much more courteous. I see that kind of slowly fading.
It's been a slow fade.
It's
and
a slow
there's
fade,
a couple
but
of
it's a
reasons it's
fade.
been a slow fade. It's a really great observation, because I'll tell you this, guys. Power was out in the city of New Orleans for a long time. So I got back in 3 days afterwards to do some rescue stuff, okay, and then went back out on the road. When I got back 3 months later for good, I came back. I was in town for about 2 weeks or so got in 3 days after the levee breach, did some stuff on the ground, hung around for a while, and then got the hell out. Had to go. Because anybody in law enforcement will tell you there's only so much you can do, and if you're not part of the solution, you really are part of the problem. So I just said, I've done all I can. I'm leaving. Patrick, my brother, who you know, was here for a little bit as well. Once he and the other air marshals he was with knew they'd done all they could, out they went. I came back 3 months later, and to kind of go to your point, there was a golden moment when everybody understood that power was out everywhere. And power wasn't out like getting a breaker back on.
Yeah.
Power was out like the places that delivered power were destroyed.
Mhm.
And Entergy, whose corporate headquarters are in New Orleans, was doing everything they could to figure out how to get power back on. But power was out everywhere. So you didn't just have like flashing light signs. You had stop signs that had to be put into the intersections. Claiborne Avenue in particular moved better because people actually weren't crowding intersections, weren't trying to escape across the light, be the last person across the light, end up getting stuck in the intersection. You know that one, right? Where
Mhm.
somebody thinks, I'll just sneak into the intersection and I won't have to worry because at some point this traffic will move up and I won't be stuck here, only to have the light change and you're still stuck in the intersection. We all know that particular animal. The four-way stops, though, solved the problem.
Mhm.
And what ended up happening was there was a nice ebb and flow that was going on, and then it seemed to spill over onto merging traffic, which was pretty
Yeah,
amazing
yeah.
too. And suddenly all those rules of New Orleans, which is, your attempt to merge in New Orleans is usually met by I've worked long and hard to have this particular place. You're not getting in. Or not using your blinker because everybody knows the person in the other lane will
Mhm.
accelerate. And there's also the New Orleans attitude, like I told Madison, of why is it any of your business what I'm doing?
Yeah, I have a bumper sticker on my car that says, "Bestie, please let me merge."
And it applies no place better than the city of New Orleans. I think you're right, though, Dave. I think for a couple of months afterwards, a couple of years afterwards, something kicked in, the better angels of our nature. I have a really dark theory of what happened.
Okay.
Two things. One, the culture vultures showed up. All the people who were going to come down here and make a lot of money off of us by saving us showed up, who didn't know the rules of engagement. And number two, I think a lot of people, a lot of the worst drivers, evacuated to places like Houston and Dallas and Birmingham, and eventually, not having gone through what many people went through on the ground, they came back and the old rules still applied. And if you ever want to see somebody get really angry, watch them make a big change in their life and then have somebody unravel that.
I remember going to a niece's wedding in Houston, and we tried to get back to and this is years ago, we tried to get back to the airport. I had to circle around twice to get on the interstate to get back to the exit because I couldn't get to the exit. Nobody would let me in. So it's universal, I would imagine.
Yeah, and the thing is,
Are
too,
there friendly are there courteous drivers
yeah,
anywhere in the
there
US?
are. I mean, there's a great joke about the passive-aggressively nice driving that goes on both in Minnesota. And by the way, there are people in Minnesota, no, you have no idea. It's like, no, you have no idea. I always tell anybody, play the relativity game. Come down, drive in the city of New Orleans for a month, go to Atlanta, drive there for a month, go to Boston, drive there for a month. Those are among the 3 worst places to drive. I consistently hear that, and I've seen all of them as examples. Seattle does a pretty good job merging into traffic. It actually, to the unseasoned observer, they might think they have problems merging, but I got to tell you, man, it's like a symphony. It is like a ballet of movement to watch it happen, as compared to, I don't know, say, the 610 split in New Orleans, which you well know. There's a couple of places during rush hour on the 610 split that it's like if you're not in the lane you need to be in and you're coming up on your exit, you're going to miss your exit.
Yes. Being in the right lane at the right time in this city is absolutely imperative.
Yeah, and by the way, sometimes
stay in your lane.
Sometimes it suggests driving a little bit safer or incredibly aggressively. There is no messy middle when it comes to driving in the city of New Orleans, because if you're in the messy middle, you're going to end up in the messy middle of a full-on collision. By the way, there are a couple of things I wanted to talk about from some of our earlier guests, and we're gonna keep trying to get our guest on the phone. We're gonna see if we can get Nancy O'Litty here in just a little bit. Michael Freeze was on, and of course, we've talked to a lot of people who are in charge of a lot of things. And I'm not being glib when I say that. A lot of the people we've talked to this morning, whether it's Michael Freeze or Linda Garner Bunch, Kathy Fulton, Kent Grisham, all of those people aren't in charge of one thing. Kent Grisham's job is not to focus on tort reform in Nebraska. Kent Grisham's job is to focus on all things trucking for his members in Nebraska. Michael Freeze doesn't just focus on the stories that he writes. He has to focus on a lot of people's contributions. If you notice, he had to talk about 2 reporters that he had to coordinate to take different angles on different stories. We talked to Linda Garner Bunch, who actually is essentially the head honcho, and we'll be talking to Jamie Jones in just a little bit in the post trip on Nemo Nation, kind of digging in with her. We will get to somebody specific at the end with Joe Lynch. We're going to get a chance to talk to Joe Lynch, and we'll get specific with him. But there's something that Michael said in talking to Michael that he actually keyed me up on, and I came up with something here. I mentioned it. So most things like ADAS start as value-added stuff. I'll even throw in this. How about this new piece of newfangled technology? Those people in many ways become the beta for whatever is going to happen next. It then, and only then, if enough people like it and enough people ask for it, does it become standard. You follow me? Standard thing. At that point, you really begin to work on the accuracy upgrades to make sure that it does the thing it's supposed to do at the highest level of performance. Then and only then, because what happens is you then see the proof in the pudding. Does it reduce your insurance rates? Number one. And does it cause a competition problem? So the good news is your insurance rates are dropped, right? You get to drop your insurance. The bad news is the people who don't have it, who it's actually helping do things faster. Maybe not as safe, but faster. Speed limiters come to mind. They actually put the brakes on speed limiters by actually recognizing this pattern. So you look at your competitive cost. So you are a big trucking fleet, right? You take the bell and whistle. You take the ADAS, right? It then catches on with the other fleets and the other larger businesses. Now they've made it standard. It drops your insurance rates. And in dropping your insurance rates, what happens then? You see some cost-effective savings, but then you're competing with people who don't have it, so you're kind of losing out to them. So then you go to your legislature, right? And what do? You make it mandated.
Yeah.
You turn it into a mandate. What happened with the speed limiter was they recognized the pattern, and in the recognition of the pattern, they stopped it before it got off the ground. They stopped it before the whole thing got normalized to the point where it became a mandate. That's it. Everybody learns from these patterns how to onboard stuff, but they also learn what? They also learn how to stop it before it actually gets airborne. With that, Nemo Nation returns to its programming schedule. Dave, would you like to introduce our next guest?
Yes, indeed. Nancy O'Litty is joining us. She is the executive director of the National Industrial Transportation League. NITL.
Not easy.
And I want to say a shout out to Elizabeth Barna for introducing you to us, Nancy. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. I actually think I may have done your show when I was with Truckload Carriers Association, but that's been a while, I have to say.
It has been. Okay. I think you're right. You're absolutely right. Well, welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, a little late. Not sure what went on with the phone, but here we are, right?
You know, if phones could make calls as well as they take pictures, we'd be in great shape.
In my phone, I really think it's time for a new one because everything goes directly to voicemail, and I don't know how to stop it. I'm like, okay, all right. But I got in, so I'm happy to be here and happy to rejoin the radio show. I'm not sure that the listeners know what NITLIG is. Should I give a little?
Well, I was going to ask you because it's going to, if nobody knows NITL, and I was wondering if you said NITL, and you do, it goes back a lot far. It goes back further than trucking itself. I think it's 1907.
Yes, it's amazing, right?
Yeah.
It was one of the very first nonprofits, I think, that formed to support and be the voice of a group. Our group happens to be shippers, and we over the years, our membership changes as everything else does, but we still basically represent industrial shippers. We still have, and I'll name a couple just so people understand who we're representing. We have small chemical distributors. We have large companies like Exxon, BP, and Shell. We have paper, a lot of paper products, CHS. We also have Cargill. We have Packaging Corporation. It's quite a mix. And now we actually have more just product-based. So we have Nestle Purina. We have Armada. We have companies. So we're very, very diverse. We also represent or have members that are the ports. So the ports also support NITLIG's work. So it is growing and continues to grow. And of course, we're in some very turbulent times for supply chain. And our members are definitely feeling the hit.
Well, yeah. And when you say turbulent times in the supply chain, you're generally speaking in terms of, if not months, then maybe weeks, but now it's like day to day, and we're talking about tariffs, of course. I did a little research about that, and back in the 1930s, Robert Merton mentioned the 5 causes of unintended consequences, and I believe that the rule of unintended consequences is really playing into the tariff thing right now. And the 5 he mentioned were error, okay, basic values, short-term versus long-term interests, and that's a real topic to kind of just dive into. And then ignorance, and then self-defeating prophecies. You put all that together. How many of those boxes do you think are being checked right now in terms of tariffs and the supply chain at large?
The tariffs, I think people also do not understand what tariffs mean. And if I could just explain quickly, tariffs, people say, they say it, but people don't believe it. So tariffs are taxes on imported goods. And U.S. companies, when shipments arrive at our ports, are the ones paying that tariff, not the person sending it. So it has definitely affected the cost of things to dramatic proportions. So if you're shipping, just a quick example, and you have a 25% tariff, you're already adding $250,000 to that freight. And that's nothing to do with the move. That's just the tariff. And our companies are paying that. It's not other countries paying it. It's the U.S. paying it, and it's our shippers. So the other issue, as you said, is you could at least manage if you knew things were going to be the same for longer than a day. When you're messing with tariffs and you're saying, prolong 90 days, okay, so how do you actually write a contract? How do you make a deal when you're so uncertain that that's not going to go rise, low, go out? You know what I mean? It's really causing havoc. I don't think that people realize yet either that it looks good right now, sort of, but the effect of it hasn't hit us. And I'm pretty sure by December, everyone, every consumer, every person is going to feel the hit of the tariffs. It's just the way it's going to go.
I got a chance to talk, Dave and I did, to Howard Yaris, the economist, and one of the things that he pointed out to a lot of people about what also happens with tariffs that people don't realize is that rather than opening up possibilities for Americans to buy local goods when there is a competing local good at a cheaper rate. The local good actually says, oh, wait a minute, I can raise my price as long as it is still below the price of where the tariff has been added. I'm still cheaper. So that they might be cheaper, but they're only cheaper in comparison to the tariff taxed good. Is that fair? Is that what you guys are seeing as well?
100%. Well said, and 100%. I think if we could, it doesn't help the supply chain or the economy to divert something for 90 days. You're still knowing that it's coming. Right now, warehouses are packed full because everybody did their rush, but the numbers already drastically dropped or have already dropped in July. So I know for a fact we also represent coffee, and not the bottom line coffee, but the things that go into coffee. And that has drastically been hit with the tariff. And also finding ways to get it here. You know, we're having the problem where the carriers are not making what they need to make either. So they're blank sailing all over the place. So you may have a contract and it's supposed to be picked up, but they blank sail. So they skip that port. What are you to do then? And then you're going to pay demurrage fees because your stuff is sitting there past the time it's allowed to sit there. It's a really, supply chain is not, it's complicated, and there are a lot of people involved in a movement of freight. So now my shippers are also, so they're paying tariffs, they're paying demurrage on product that did not get picked up by the carrier, not their fault. We are working and talking with the administration and Capitol Hill to say there has to be some leverage or a little bit of forgiveness here if the ship is not going to stop at the port. So it has gotten, I can't even explain the chaos that it's caused. And I'm not saying I'm against tariffs. I'm, as a Knit League voice, I'm just saying I don't think it's playing out the way we thought it would.
The law of unintended consequences. Okay, so back in June, you guys sent a letter to the Honorable Sean Duffy, DOT, Louis Sola, Federal Maritime Commission, Howard Lutnick, Department of Commerce. You signed on with, how many, do you know offhand? I don't want to embarrass you because I can't count them up. It's way too many. This is pages of organizations and companies and groups and associations. My goodness gracious alive. It's like everybody in the country has signed on to this letter. Any response so far? This was in June.
We have not received response. And one of the other issues, okay, so
what does the letter say? Just in a quick,
it was asking, one, to get the tariffs under control. Either keep them, get rid of them, and keep the same percentage. Because you cannot. How do you manage a contract when you don't know you just don't know, okay? And we all know when COVID hit, it was similar because everybody used COVID, right? Well, everybody's kind of using this chaos as well. Mm-hmm, and we were just asking them to work with the administration to have a clearer, a more strategic plan. How's that? A better strategic plan so that we can all work together. That coalition that you're speaking of works really, really on a lot of issues together because obviously it affects all of our members. So I'm trying to pull up the letter for you right now, too. Hold on.
And let me tell our listeners, too, while you're doing that, anybody can pull up this letter like I did. Just go to nitl.org, nitl.org, the National Industrial Transportation League, and the letter is there. You can read it. And if you want to take some time, count up all of these organizations and groups. My goodness, I've never seen anything like it, ever.
I think it was over. I can't remember the number on that letter actually either. I'm blanking on it. We've done so many letters lately though, because there's another issue about. So a lot of times, freight will start on one carrier, ocean carrier, and then be moved to a second, sometimes a third carrier. Well, there's a term in the executive order that in transit. which we've asked the customs CBP to explain what does it mean in transit. Is it when it hit the first ship, when it hit the second ship? Because it's causing, again, you think these little words don't mean anything, but they mean a great deal. So now we're trying to get clarification from CBP on in transit, which we wrote that letter, I think that was in June as well, and we've heard nothing back. So it's a little frustrating to try to work with the new administration on issues.
Nancy, this is something kind of interesting too, and I'm making sure that our listeners get the proper takeaway from this. Even the smartest folks can't actually function in the occult. And by occult, I mean that with a lowercase o, because there are three kind of balances. There is symmetrical, asymmetrical, and then there is the occult. And the reason why the occult gets used in the bigger term as being like chaos theory is the fact that if it was big tariffs and they were permanent and there they were and that was the policy moving forward, your folks could plan for it. If it was lower tariffs and that was the plan moving forward, it seems to me the stress point isn't over the policy of tariffs, it's over the lack of policy of tariffs and the lack of clarity on tariffs. I got that correct?
100% again. You're just doing great. That is true. But I think the bottom line that everyone still needs to understand is that it's U.S. companies paying that tariff. It is not other countries, which I think the president states quite a bit that we're making all this money from other countries. We're making money on the U.S. shipper.
Yeah, and it sets up a really interesting dilemma too, because I don't want to get I am not going to pull you any place that is where you guys don't have your bailiwick, but it also kind of reminds people that revenue is revenue is revenue. And at the end of the day, you can call it what you like, but it's like at the end of the day, when John Roberts didn't overturn the ACA, he mentioned the point is the government has a right to tax people and it has a right to do that. But at the end of the day, this is in fact a tax on the American consumer, and then your partners have a choice of whether to pass it on to them in regards to the cost. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So I want to make sure I got that really clear. We have a little bit of time left here. And what we're going to do, by the way, Nancy, is we're going to make a point of having you back on sooner rather than later, because we're not even going to get close to the rail mergers or the independent contractor issue in New Jersey. But I would like you just in a minute or so to talk really quickly about that rail merger and then maybe set it up for the next conversation. We'll get you back on like real soon because it's important stuff here.
And I'll get a new phone.
Yeah. Just hopefully not from overseas, though, man. You know what the cost of that's going to be like. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, my Lord, right? So the rail merger will be one of the largest in history. It's, point to point, which sounds like a great thing, right? That you will eliminate being able to blame somebody else because it's going to be one company, right? Not good for rail. Rail already only has 5 Class 1s left, and Nittany on record has said it doesn't matter who it is, that we really shouldn't have any more mergers in rail. There already is a lack of competition, and the more power that we give a rail, the less, again, negotiating power the customer has. So this merger, I think if it goes through, I'm not even sure what it would do to competition. And a lot of our members use rail. We have grain, as I said, we have paper, we have things that can't really move by truck until that last mile. So rail is very important to my shippers, and they're all mixed on it. We don't have a final yay or up or down on this particular one, except for that we're very much against any more mergers. Same with the ocean carriers. So hopefully the Surface Transportation Board will look at this seriously, the problem there really quickly. So the Surface Transportation Board is the one that will decide if this merger goes through. Right now, that board, there's supposed to be 5. There's only 4. There's 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats. So it could be a hung jury unless they get their 5th
you think?
Board member. So that's a dilemma in itself, just for this merger to go forward. The merger will take close to 2 years. It's not something that happens. There's lots of steps in the merger, which I'd be happy to get into in the next one. So there's time for people to make comment and to really think through what that merger means.
Really, I got to wrap you up. I promise you, Nancy, soon. Not like in a couple of months. Soon, we're going to get you
No
back
problem.
on. I do think it's ironic, though. You guys have been around since 1907, right? The president at the time was reelected precisely to stop stuff like this from happening. Ironically,
Exactly.
the man who was president, Teddy Roosevelt, would have been against this with every ounce of his fiber and fought it right down tooth and nail as we kind of move forward into the 21st century, where the future seems to now be yesterday. Nancy, it is a pleasure to meet you. I know you've been on with Dave before. We're going to have you back, I promise.
All right. Well, thank you both so much for having me. It was a pleasure. Next time, again, I'll be right with a new phone.
Thank you so much.
NITL.org. Please check them out. Big thanks to Nancy, who is the executive director over there. They do really important work, no matter what side of the fence you are in the conversation. We'll be right back. I want you guys to head over to ShadyRays.com. Put them on and realize you've got lost and broken protection programs, great customer service. Baby, at Shady Rays, they got you back. We're coming back with Jamie Jones.
The letter about tariffs we were talking about is a page and a half long. The list, double column, the list of participants, 3 pages.
Value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's the final hour, the post trip on Nemo Nation. Let's see what we can see with Madison with a T.
Wow, I love a good play on words, Claire. That's adorable.
Hey, Madison with a T. By the way, we're going to get Nancy O'Litty back. You got to upgrade those phones, guys. A lot of people hang on to their phones for way too long. NITL.org, the National Industrial Transportation League. I like the fact that they're a league. It sounds like a superhero group. Dave, there is some information over there we think is well worth pointing out. Tell folks what's going on over there.
About what?
About the letter.
Oh, the letter that Nitley signed on to about the tariffs. The letter itself is 1.5 pages long. The list of organizations, companies, and groups and associations that signed on to it, it's 3 pages long, and it's 2 columns.
Unbelievable. That's, like I said, the letter ends up, the letter itself is simple, clean, and to the point, and the number of people who back that letter. Like I said, guys, remember this too, is that as you heard her say, she wasn't opposed to tariffs. That wasn't an anti-tariff regime. That was really about clarity Clarity in the marketplace. People can plan for the best of times. They can plan for the worst of times. What they can't plan for is literally not knowing what's going to happen next. And before any wise ass out there says something along the lines of, well, that's what life is all about. Yeah, I got to tell you, if you don't know where your next 3 loads are coming from until 1 minute before you get them on a regular basis, what's your bottom line look like? What they're really asking for, if you read the letter, by the way, and it's a good one, is not so much this policy or that policy. What they're asking for is simply clarity. Clarity is the job of a reporter. If it's the job of a reporter, even more importantly, Madison, it is the job of somebody who is a managing editor, head honcho, in charge, by the way. And let's get a little bit of reporting music here, by the way. There we go. Dave, that, of course, means it's news time again. We've had a couple of folks here who were in charge of going through a lot of news. Make the introductions on the next one.
Well, we don't need to introduce her. Everybody knows Jamie Jones by now, but if you don't, she is the Landline Managing Editor, and she focuses on trucking issues and covering trucking for as long as the FMCSA has been around. That's a pretty good landmark, Jamie. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. I love you guys. Thank you for oh my gosh. And can we circle back to tariffs just real quick?
Sure.
On one point? So when ages ago, we were going with Mexico trying to get a cross-border trucking program for long haul. And, that never really, it's a thing, but it's not a thing. Anyway, oh my gosh, Peter DeFazio was one of the biggest opponents of this on the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. He was so adamant, and Mexico slapped tariffs on Christmas trees because he was from Oregon. And oh my gosh, tariffs are used as a weapon. And I will never say that he caved, because I do feel like he was a strong proponent for trucking, but his home district was hit hard by this. And so, never forget that tariffs are a weapon. And that's what people need to understand. And they do cripple economies when they are targeted the way they are. So, it is what it is. We don't know what the fallout's going to be right now. I actually am working from home today because I'm waiting on a new TV that I got because of pre-buys tariffs for super cheap. So anyway.
By this TV, whether I need it or not.
Well,
I know.
Pirates to get my TV, so I'm upgrading. That's all we're saying. So
taking the last train to London, as they say. This is it, man.
Absolutely.
This is my last shot to get those deals, right?
Yeah, I did, and I scored, and it's worth a day from home. And Oliver, the trucking dog, is very happy that I'm working from home today. So
I saw that great picture of you, by the way, on that you sent to me of you and the pup doing a little bit of an interview on that, which will not be named. But I want to kind of talk about, and you and I had talked about this, and I told Dave it's what we'd be kind of digging into. So there's been a lot of talk of DEF, a lot of talk about what the policy looks like, a breakdown of the policy. The 30,000-foot macro view of what changing the policy on DEF is. And I'll let you explain a little bit of that. But what you really wanted to talk about is the anecdote. Not the anecdote, but the anecdote, the personal stories of the men and the women and how they're being affected. So I'll kind of let you set up tariffs. I'll kind of let you set up DEF, and then let you pivot into the more specifics of what this means for the bottom line for the men and women who are owner-operators and the individual drivers.
Well, and, I thank you, Dave, for teeing up. I've been around trucking since 2000. That's when FMCSA became an agency. So I've got a little bit of history here, and everybody likes to give me crap. in morning meetings when here, let me give you a little history lesson. But this one's important because trucking has always been viewed. Truckers and trucking have, they're the big bad bullies on the playground, if you will. And apparently they have tons of money too. Which I think that could be misinterpreted. But we go back to 2002, the 1002, the October 2002. The OEMs were not complying with then emission regulations on NOx, nitrogen oxide. So to penalize them, instead of making them comply in 2004 when they were supposed to, they made them, do this pre-thing. So we have forced OEMs since, early 2002, we have forced them to put engine configurations in place that weren't sustainable. The 1002 engines, they were melting everything from the window washer fluid, plastic containers, to the hoses. I mean, they literally nobody runs a 1002 engine anymore. Period. Full stop. So 04, then we get that going. And supposedly we've got that straightened out. No, it wasn't straightened out. And so what smartly did the government do? They threw the 07 standard on there. The engine manufacturers barely were able to keep up with it. And we had all of these men and women who were having to buy trucks or whatever and try and keep them on the road. And then we get to the 2010, and that's when let's go after particulate matter, and let's throw, decent particulate filters and EGRs in there, and let's, DEF and everything else. It's just like there was this point that never made sense to me, that why are we preying on trucks that are literally cleaning the air in, very, they call them high attainment areas. LA, the orange dome. But when your truck is literally pulling air in that's dirtier than what you're putting out the tailpipe, why is trucking the problem? And that's where it really comes down to. And then it comes down to who funds that. And it's the men and women who drive those trucks every day to provide for their families.
I want to ask Dave a question here, because what Jamie has kind of outlined here is a sense of in terms of trucking, or in terms of business cycles, fast and furious in regards to upgrades. 2002, 2006, 2007, 2010, in regards to upgrading your truck. Do you have any sense of that when you were doing on the other platform, the phone calls about that, or was it coming so fast and furious at people, Dave, that they almost didn't have time to respond? By the time they got their throat cleared about what they wanted to say about one thing, the next thing was on top of them. What was your experience with all of these rapid fire changes that Jamie's talking about?
Well, and to your point, Jamie, the promise is always, and I mentioned this earlier, you and I'm sure you can relate to this too. When ultra low sulfur diesel came out, and the sulfur being the lubricant, then all of these tiny little O-rings started to fail. And when the O-ring fails, the engine fails. And it was a rush to judgment, so to speak. Let's rush this out before it's ready. And there's that. Biodiesel to some degree was the same. I mentioned John Houselaughton from the Minnesota Trucking Association called me early on and said, hey, you know what? This stuff is freezing. Okay, so there's that. So we keep making those same mistakes over and over again. And I remember back when the diesel particulate filter, the DPF, came out, I went to a big OEM unveiling. We were all together, big press thing. And yeah, you remember that. And we watched the guy take the unit off the frame and then put it back on in about 20 minutes or so. This is how easy it is to do that. And then we all got on the ladders with our handkerchiefs. I still have mine in a good old King Edward cigar box. And that handkerchief was as pure as the driven snow. And they said, well, smell it. And it smelled like you just ironed it. It was beautiful. Yet, to your point again, and then DEF came out, and then we found out, well, guess what? That stuff freezes. So now we have heaters in the little tanks. And so we went from melting tanks to freezing tanks. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so this roller coaster ride, this tumbling that we do with this rushing stuff out, the whole thing about CARB, and the problem is that we all are trying to get to the same place, but we can't get there at the same time if it's going to work.
Well, I think time is that's a great point, because that's what matters, because I don't think any of us would deny being stewards of the earth. I do my recycling. I do everything I can to make sure that, I take care of, my planet, because, this is our home. But time, you cannot rush engineering. You cannot rush science. These guys are trying just as hard as everybody else to accommodate these restrictions, but when you throw them under the bus, just like anything else, it's not going to work. It just flat doesn't work, and that's what we're running into, and that's why this rollback on this DEF D rate is so important. And it's not that it's the end all be all, but hey, it's a start.
The other thing is too I want to ask Dave a real quick question, and then I'm going to ask you both a question. The other thing is too, the sulfur thing, Dave. Was that because sulfur was acting as a protectant, stopping that stuff from deteriorating? What was
Well, it was the lubricating.
Yeah.
And they didn't think we got to replace that with something.
Yeah.
So until they had to replace it with something.
Yeah, so they didn't do the math, meaning they didn't realize that, that's there and it's got its own set of problems, but without it, these problems kind of arise. I wanted to make sure I was clear on that. The other thing is that what we're talking about here is the same thing happens as happened before. It just takes longer to happen, and you have warning. Am I understanding that correctly about what's happened here? In regards to this, it's like, look, at some point you will shut down, but it won't be the blink of an eye, and it won't backflip you like the Joker's truck in Dark Knight Rises. The Dark Knight. You won't go airborne all of a sudden. Not that you do, but you know what I'm saying here is that a lot of the surprise has been taken out of this equation with this announcement. Is that a fair assessment, Jamie?
I 100%. I was actually just looking at the article. You have 650 miles to figure out it once you throw a code or whatever related to your DEF or you're out of diesel exhaust fluid or whatever. You have 650 miles. That's a pretty fair start. And then it's just a 15% torque reduction. So unless you're in the mountains, for the most part, that shouldn't be a problem. But, the whole thing is are we truthfully ready fully for this technology? We've been suffering through for 15 years. It's gotten better. I don't know, Dave. Dave, you've been around this stuff a lot longer than I have. I just, there comes a point where when is enough enough?
Well, okay, and I'm going to change lanes here, not gears so much, but lanes, and kind of circle back to something that evidently people just don't want to hear about. And it's your point. The trucks we have on the road right now are putting out cleaner air than they're taking in. Whoa, what's wrong with that picture? What is wrong with that picture, okay? So why don't we have more of those? Well, because one of the reasons is folks can't afford them. Why? Because of the World War I excise tax that's adding about 25 now, maybe even 30,000. I don't want to go overboard. I'll just say 20 to 25,000 more dollars to purchase the truck. Let's get rid of that tax and more people can buy the cleaner truck. And guess what? The air will get cleaner. I mean, come on, right? You don't need to reinvent this wheel.
They're not incentivizing it. Is what they're doing. They're not. They're not making. They're not making an. I mean, Marshall Platter just commented: arbitrary dates to accomplish pie in the sky goals are always going to fail.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. So make them non-arbitrary in the sense of doing everything you possibly can to limit every other cost on a trucker and the people who run these companies to make sure that they can actually divert the resources necessary without it being an additional hit on their revenue. Is that what is that what you're saying here, guys?
Well, okay, and Jamie, you take it from here, but I'm just going to say something. There's a game you can play, and it's not a bad game. I need that on Tuesday. You don't really need it till Thursday, but if you don't say Tuesday, you won't get it till Wednesday. You know what I mean? That game. I think that's the game we're in. Okay, so California says we need to stop selling anything that's not electric by 2035. Okay, that's wonderful. But don't take it seriously. Just have that as a goal, not as a mandate. There's that word again.
Well, and electric really brings up a sore subject.
Oh
for
my
me.
God! Right. So where does the electricity come from?
Seriously. So what was it? 3 years ago, Houston froze.
Yeah.
And everybody was like burning their furniture. It was like 3 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
Kansas City, where I live, we had rolling blackouts during that time to ship electricity to Houston.
Yeah.
And you're telling me that we're going to put a fleet of trucks? I mean, we have written stories. My team is so good about finding stuff like this. Seriously, there was a refuse company that they were going to go all electric on their trucks, and the city that they worked in and serviced, they were like, okay, here's what we need. And they said, yeah, that's more than the entire town takes in electricity.
Mm-hmm.
You want more than that to power a fleet of trucks. We can't do that. And, and so you see these things, and Sean Duffy has been he's so pro trucker, and I love it. But this latest thing on the electric infrastructure, I have serious qualms about how that's going to play out, because when my electricity in Kansas City gets shut off for 2 hours in the dead of winter, so that Houston can get some power.
Wasn't that about a 4-day event in I don't remember. Yeah. Okay. About a year
Jamie
later.
remembers exactly how many days it was.
Yeah.
It was literally almost a week.
Okay.
I mean,
4 days. The refineries were hit too. And so I get this story from Maine. We can't paint lines on the road because we don't have any paint. Why don't you have any paint? Well, the refinery's shut down in the freeze for 4 days.
Yes.
And it was like a year later.
Yeah. And so, but I mean, the full circle of it all is, why are you picking on truckers? You don't even have the rest of your shit together. I'm sorry, but that's literally what's going on.
Well,
they don't have their stuff together, so but we're going to keep putting these mandates on truckers, and finally we get some relief on one. But let's back the truck up some more.
Well, could it be as simple as something that I've been saying, Jamie, for 50 years? The bigger the target, the easier it is to hit. And who's the big target on the road, right? Oh, it's got your TV in it. It's got my sausage in it. It's got my new bike in it. But it's a big target, and I don't know what's in those trailers. Yeah.
Hey, where's my cheap goods? Where are my cheap goods? Pull over on the side of the road, get in a violation. Get over yourself and keep on working. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's really what it kind of comes down to a lot of the times. And we're gonna keep on going over this and over this and over this until somebody says we're gonna have a carb-free environment, by 2035, and then says, and here's how we're gonna do it, and then proceeds to show how people are going to be subsidized, how people are going to be given tax relief, that this is going to go on and on and on. It just feels like there's a stacking thing going. When I was listening to you guys talk, I keep thinking about the fact that they continue to want to move forward despite the fact that they have tripped on every step along the way. And maybe it's about time to walk back down the stairs and figure out another way to climb, is kind of what I'm hearing from you, Jamie.
Yeah, and I love the fact that I've been able to be a part of the history of all this. But Annette Sandberg, who was one of the first administrators of FMCSA, I had the privilege of having her exit interview, if you will. And she even said, I'm handing off my keys as I walk out the door after this interview. But she said something to me that I don't think people appreciate, especially regulators, legislators, anybody who in authoritative roles, the authority, if you will.
Authority.
Yeah. It's the pace of regulations. You cannot put something in play and then throw 5 more on behind it immediately until you see what the first one did. And this is what has happened with everything emission related to trucking. So, we really need our governing bodies to understand you have to give engineers, you have to give the people of science, you have to give the people of everything a chance, a fighting chance to actually do what you want to accomplish, but give them a fair amount of time to do it. And that's not what we did. And we've never done that. And this is just a walk back. Thank you. Thank you for the walk back. Give people a chance.
Jamie, we got to walk this back now because we are out of time. Jamie Jones, of course, is the managing editor over at Landline, joins us on a regular basis. We got her in for a full half hour for a change, as opposed to the the cauldron that often is Nemo Nation. It's good to have you, my friend. Any big stories you got coming out? You literally have like 15 seconds. What you got coming out?
Dude, I got a new TV coming to my house. That's the biggest news I got going right now.
Yeah, I'm going to go try to see if I can pick up
The team's working hard at the office. So
Team's working hard because Mama needs a new television set. Get out of here. Our favorite mama of all time, Jamie Jones, has joined us this morning. Well, my mama and Dave's mama. We got a couple of mamas. They're all in the top 5 since college football starting. Jamie's in the top 5. We love you, sister. Come on back sometime soon, okay? Thank you, Jamie Jones. Always good hearing from her. Always good being a part of Nemo Nation. Hope you guys have made the plunge over in the Tube of You, the Book of Face, and all points in between. Joe Lynch is going to be joining us just in a second here. Boy, he's got a great podcast. You guys should really check it out. He is a real one of those great spokesmen for the trucker. Not for the trucks, not for the industry, for the trucker, and that's what he's going to be talking about when we come back on the other side. I want you guys to go to truckdown.com. They get you out of the ditch. They've been doing it since 97. They currently serve 50 states and 8 provinces. Don't be surprised if they're not expanding. Go to truckdown.com, download that app, get yourself back on the road. I turned to Phone Master Dre, who's probably got some groovy music. Listen to that, Dave. Great choices happening all over the place as Joe Lynch comes. And don't forget, Road Gang Radio will be happening tomorrow, as it always does, Tuesday through Friday here. Go to RadioNemo.com. Check it out. Get in the game. Get involved. It is, National Cream Pie Day.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Woo, and we're merging into the final half hour of the show with Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, Madison with the T, Andre, the people outside doing work, New Orleans.
Everybody's part of the action. Speaking of everybody being part of the action, Beach Bum is a part of the action. Dave has got a comment from him he'd like to share.
Yeah, it pertains to what we were talking about with Jamie Jones. He says, and the more the trucking companies have to pay to buy new trucks with all these emissions and all this, that, and the other on it, the less they will pay the driver. There's something to be talked about in that regard. But we can't go backwards in terms of emissions because, let's face it.
There are ways of not going backwards in regards to emissions. The other thing is, too, I think we've really lost the plot on what conservative actually means, at least lowercase conservative.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a political thing. Conservative doesn't mean... What's the great line about the Tories in England they used to have before the current world that we live in? It wasn't no taxes, it was slow taxes. That's what they said. You had a choice when you voted in Britain during elections. Either you could have taxes or you could have slow taxes. And a great deal of the problems here, as you pointed out, we do have a lot cleaner air today. We do. People say, nobody talks about the ozone layer anymore. No, because people got together and stopped it from happening.
Mm-hmm.
That's why people don't. It's why people didn't talk about Y2K. Y2K is a great example. It's like, it never happened. That's right, it didn't.
Yeah.
And they actually, they've shown their work. You can go up and look up what they did to stop Y2K from happening. But it was done without panic. It wasn't done we're all going to die. Of course, there were people out there who were kind of hoping for the apocalypse. I think part of the problem is, too, Dave, is what you guys, both you and Jamie, kind of hit upon, is the fact that it was stacking. Oh, well, that didn't work. Well, we'll keep that in place and add something else. Oh, that didn't work. Well, we'll keep something in place and add something else. as opposed to, wait, that didn't work. Why didn't it work? Let's fix why it didn't work and see if we can get it to work. And I think that's in a lot of ways what's happened here.
Yeah.
Is a sense of like, rather than getting rid of the old and trying something new, I don't know, maybe by pilot programming it and really doing an actual look and research in it, they just kind of ran willy-nilly. The worst part about it all, Dave, is that there are things we need to do to make this world a better place. As Jamie said, to be stewards of the earth. But remember, when you do stupid stuff like stacking that we were talking about, what do you end up doing? You end up making people never want to reform anything because they just figure it's all a big grift or a big, misunderstanding, that it never works. When you do stuff like that, you make people think that nothing can be made better. I mean, with that line of thinking, seatbelts never would have improved. But by the way, seatbelts are a great example of that too. That's a cultural shift as well. That's not just that's about getting people, before they pass those smoking laws, they got a lot of people to quit smoking. Did you notice that?
Mm-hmm.
What was it? In 1968, 69, 41% of Americans smoked, which meant it was probably closer to 60.
Was it that?
Yeah.
Well, every cowboy, every newscaster, Huntley and Brinkley used to sit there smoking cigarettes while they were doing the news.
Well, yeah. And by the way, when you say 41% of people smoke, that was, they guessed it was people who actually bought a pack of cigarettes at least once a week. That wasn't counting all the people who were going to die of lung cancer and never bought a pack because they just were, give me one. If you got to have it, you got to share. The people who walked in, who didn't buy a pack of cigarettes because they knew they could walk into work.
When I was in high school, we all smoked, and I had my brand. Everybody had their brand, but you always everybody had the same other brand in their pocket. Picayunes.
Oh yeah, and you
Peak
flash it.
Tobacco.
You flash it, so you flash it at people they wouldn't bum it from.
You got a cigarette? Yeah, have them a Picayune. They never asked you for another cigarette. Or when I was in the Army, smoke them if you got them. If you don't, see your squad leader, and I was the squad leader. No Picayunes there.
No Picayunes there, by the way. We get a chance to talk to a new friend of the show. I've gotten a chance to talk to him on a couple of occasions. Let me do the introductions here.
Yeah.
Joe Lynch, by the way, is the host of the Logistics of Logistics. He is absolutely a terrific company. But you said it too. It's a bumper sticker. It's a great bumper sticker. Let's treat drivers like brain surgeons. Guys, you should check him out. He's over on YouTube, just like we are, at the Logistics of Logistics. Find him there. Find him wherever he is actually happening. Joe, welcome aboard. It's great to have you. Finally get you on the air. How you doing, man?
Thank you so much for having me. Hey, great. Thank you so much for having me, guys. Jimmy, I know we talked before. I'm glad I finally got on the show.
We're glad to have you.
And Dave, I'm honored. Thank you guys both so much for having me on.
Well, thank you for being with us. I'm reading your bio and everything, like I should have. I was intrigued by something that I want to kind of go to before we talk about brain surgery and truck driving. You've done a lot of things, but I'm going to really cut to the chase here. Among other things, you were a lean process expert as well as an automotive engineer for Jeep in Thailand, in China, and here in the U.S. I looked it up, but I'd like you to tell our listeners what a lean process expert does, because I had never heard that term before until I looked it up because of you.
Oh, yeah. Lean is super important, and it kind of originated in automotive. And it I think the Japanese automakers who really built a big lead in the 80s, they in their manufacturing efficiency, they said we got it from Henry Ford. So anyway, what lean basically in a nutshell is from the time you get the order to the time you get paid, order to cash, let's take out every step that is unnecessary. And sometimes in automotive you're talking 18 weeks, from the time I order a part to the time I get it and get paid for it. And so you're just looking for inefficiencies. You're looking to speed up the process and make, and by the way, when you take out steps, oftentimes you can improve the quality at the same time. We always heard that thing where you want it faster, better, cheaper. Pick two. Well, the automotive companies have shown you can do all three with lean. So I'll get off my.
And you were the guy.
Well, there was many of us. That's
Yeah.
a tough business. And by the way, I think a lot of truckers probably are either, actively involved in that or maybe cursing it under their breath, depending on the day.
I want to kind of give a follow up, and then and like I said, this will actually tie into, I think, your overall thesis is the fact that any successful owner operator, one who really is and let's make this really clear, a genuine owner operator, a guy who owns his, as we were saying earlier, his own authority, is a person who actually, to some level or degree, he or she has to practice lean. Do they not? Because they are looking at those three things and seeing if they can do it, all three of them, at the same time and still succeed. And the ones that are really successful, owner-operators, people who own small businesses, often have so much to balance that you actually think they deserve a lot more respect than people actually understand that they're getting, particularly given how many small businesses there are in the trucking industry. How'd I do?
Oh, I love it. I think you're dead on. And it's a crazy hard business. I will also say, guys, I try and stay in the shallow end when we get into the nuts and bolts of trucking. I've worked at a trucking company, but I've never driven a truck, and I always joke that I talk about it. That's what I do.
Well, me too.
Welcome to the club. I mean, a few of us have been behind the wheel of them, but not enough to call ourselves a genuine truck driver. But it does give us a perspective, and it allows us become ambassadors for truck drivers as well, because I can't tell you the number of people at cocktail parties like, well, you're just talking to guys about driving a truck? And I'm like, I'm like Dangerfield and Back to School. Man, you just left out a lot of things. Can you kind of unpack the idea of why we should treat them like brain surgeons?
Well, yeah. First off, where I came from in the lean, when I was doing lean, one of the things that I recognized was there was opportunities in the transportation area. How can we make this better? And sometimes, I'm in the Detroit metro area. Sometimes you go, why is this thing happening way over in Nebraska? Nothing against Nebraska. Can't we get a facility closer to Detroit? So we'd always kind of find ourselves in that. But that's what led me into logistics. So when I left automotive 15 years ago, I got into logistics, and I fell in love with the industry. But one of the things that I talk about quite a bit on my podcast is how we treat the drivers. And now I'm very sensitive. Every time I drive anywhere, I stop at truck stops and I talk to people. On my podcast, I've interviewed a number of drivers. We're not treating them right in all cases. I mean, sometimes there's drivers, I'm sure there's many listening right now, who say, it's a good life, I like it. But there's a lot of other guys who aren't being treated right. And anyway, getting to the point. A few years ago, a guy was on my podcast, Mark Elcori. He owns a company called AI Fleet, and he's a techie. So he's a tech guy. And he created this software, and he said, I want to get more miles for the drivers. I want, and I said, well, why don't you just create software and sell it to trucking companies? He says, that's what we planned. He said, but, we've always had these optimization softwares. And he said, not always working. And then he's the one who said this to me. He said, Joe, what if you and I ran a surgery center? I said, yep, brain surgery center. Got it. We have 10 surgeons working for us. And the way we would run that surgery center, and by the way, I think Dave, Jimmy, we would do the same, say, I'm going to have those guys do nothing but surgeries. They're going to come in the morning, no meetings, no paperwork. I'm going to have that streamlined. I'm going to have their life planned out. If 10's the maximum surgeries you can do a day, we're going to do 10 surgeries every day. And the reason we do that is because these guys get paid $500,000 a year or more. I don't know what they get paid, a lot. But then when we come over to the drivers, how do we treat them? And you go, well, we don't treat them like that, but maybe it's because they don't make $500,000. But the truck isn't worth anything. It's an anchor unless the driver's in it on the road. And that was an epiphany for me. I was like, yeah. By the way, in lean, where I came from, a machine that can make you money every hour that's sitting empty is a sin. Yeah, we do it all the time to the driver. I live by a Tractor Supply, and when I walk by, I talk to some of the drivers. I'm shocked at how much time we waste for those guys.
I'm letting that land for a second here. We're not like, there wasn't a pause of like, what do we say next? It's like, that's one of the hardest, most difficult things to understand is that if you think as a shipper or a receiver, if you think as a consumer that you're in agony waiting for the next great thing to arrive on your dock, to leave your dock, or to arrive on the shelf, then you have only an inkling of an idea how the driver feels when he or she is waiting. Correct? I mean, that's the biggest thing. And, and we've talked to Dean Croak about this. We've talked to Brian Wiebold about this.
Dean's great. I've talked to him, too, about this.
Yeah, and, he does a regular thing with us every other Tuesday on the show when he joins us. And this is the problem, is the fact that a lot of people, and you really are emphasizing this, don't begin their thinking with the driver. That's really the biggest problem, it seems to me, is that it all should begin not with rates, not any place else, but okay, are we taking care of the people that are actually in these trucks?
Yep.
And
yeah,
go ahead.
There's another point in here, and I don't know how to solve this one, but we don't optimize around the drivers. The driver has a constraint that he can only drive so many hours in a day, and yet we optimize around when the docks open and close. And you can say, well, they're the customers, but if we're going to do a better job for the drivers, I think we got to get to a place where you say, I don't care if those guys get here at 10 o'clock at night, we'll be open at 10 o'clock at night. It makes no sense that I'm on that Tractor Supply. I see those guys park at 9 o'clock at night and they're sleeping in their truck, which is not easy. And then I see them in the morning and I say, what are you doing? Waiting for hours. And I go, where do you live? Ohio. This guy lives an hour and a half away. Makes no sense.
Or he's sitting there waiting for them to call him on the CB radio, so he can't really go to sleep or anything because he's on call. And something that I mentioned a little bit earlier, we were talking about being a diesel mechanic as opposed to something else, and electrical HVAC came into play, and I saw a local air conditioning service company's truck the other day, and on the back there was a little sign for they need techs, everybody does, and it says Monday through Friday, no on call, and I thought, whoa, look at that, man, that's the thing that'll get somebody to go to work for them. To your point, really, it's kind of a roundabout way to make your point, but you're absolutely correct.
No, you're spot on, Dave, because what if we lived in a world where the people who actually had to do the lumping, people who actually had to do the unloading were the ones on call?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Imagine
we
having
should have some of that by now, and because the technology is getting much better at tracking and tracing and predicting when the driver's going to get there.
Yeah, and the idea that it's like, we went through the COVID crisis, and one of the only few good things to come, well, there's a lot of good stuff to come out of it in regards to technology and innovation. But we had General Nicholson on. Remember the article in the Atlantic? He went to work. He was actually hired by this logistics firm, a part of which included Kroger as part of their operation, and they actually, he was supposed to be just a leadership consultant as a vice president. Well, he had been in charge of doing the toilet paper supply in Afghanistan. And they were like, General, what do we do? And they turned to him and suddenly had a very different job. And a lot of people figured out that they could convert old warehouses in downtown areas and eliminate a lot of the need to actually, keep the trucks rolling in that way, but actually to make them shorter. And if we can figure out that about how to get people toilet paper faster, we can certainly figure out some way to make sure that these men and women aren't waiting around forever. It just seems to be like, and the other thing is, you took me on a tangent here, Joe, but the other problem is the fact that I always feel like rather than trying to figure out how to fix the problem, they're trying to figure out a way to eliminate the driver altogether. And I think it's what the big it's what the big push behind these AVs are, which is like, can I just get these pesky human beings who actually have to figure all this stuff out of the way so I can go back to making money? But at some point you say, who's buying all this stuff that you're selling supposedly? And it just opens up so many questions and so many deep concerns about how we're treating these people, right?
And we are going to get rid of these pesky human beings one day with the autonomous trucks, the robot trucks. And Joe, when the autonomous, the future was yesterday. So when we first heard about autonomous trucking, my joke was, the headline reads, 3.5 million truckers out of work by next Thursday. because that was the hype.
Right.
That was the hype. That was the hype.
Yes.
But as you point out, the driver's role is going to evolve. It's already evolving. So it's not like here today, gone tomorrow. It's here today, but doing something a little bit different tomorrow. Am I right on track with that?
Yeah, and let me bring in the cargo theft into this for just a moment. I'm sure you guys talked about it.
We did this morning.
If we were to start the industry over today and say, what should this role be for these drivers, we would say, okay, they're an ambassador for our company. They're going to deliver to our customer, so I want them to be pleasant. Obviously, I want this to be a good situation for him. I also have, if I'm moving drugs or Xboxes or phones or auto parts, it doesn't matter. It's expensive and it gets stolen. And the idea that you would put somebody in there and say, hey, how do we just keep cutting costs on this guy? Make him sleep in the road. I mean, what do we care? And I think it's a big mistake. And by the way, meanwhile, I have the 2 daughters, and they're saying, oh, I want to make sure all my clothes come from fair trade countries. I want to make sure the guys are being treated fairly who are making these garments, which I think is nice. But what about here? What about here? What about fair trade trucking?
Yeah, I mean, it's and by the way, let me just I want to offer something, by the way. If, in fact, you think that the air traffic control industry, we'll call it an industry, or that segment of government is problematic at best these days, imagine what truck traffic control is going to be like. If, in fact, that day ever comes. Because everybody will tell you it is safer to fly than it is to drive. Now, imagine if we suddenly start having millions of these things out there. Guess what? You'll be very surprised at how quickly people go back inside those cabs as the AV monitor.
Yeah, I said this. Somebody said on my podcast the other day. They said we're going to replace a lot of functions with AI. A lot of the brokerage stuff, and they said, but we'll always have a manager of the AI because somebody needs to be blamed at some point.
Well, exactly. I mean, basically, you hit the nail on the head because essentially all a corporation is, like I always tell people, human resources is not your friend. They are the company's friends. And the idea that when new jobs are added, all bosses ever say is good, more of a line of defense so that other people go to jail for skimming profits from truck stops, and I don't, and I get to play Deshaun Watson. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go on. Please continue.
Well, if you take the blame, you need a bonus. Get a bonus to take the blame.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, I think also, I'm sure you guys talked about this also, is there are fewer children being born, and we do have a labor shortage. We're not feeling it right now today, but I keep thinking anybody who's willing to get in a truck and drive and live that life is a hard worker. And there's going to be jobs for hard workers, especially if we start bringing back some industrial business here. There's going to be all sorts of jobs in upgrading our grids and building cars. Those are great jobs where you go home every day and pay good money. And I just keep thinking, how do we compete if we don't upgrade this job?
Yeah, and Dave and I were talking about that earlier, Joe. I mean, I'm straight up. We were having that conversation, and it's like there are more options now. The slow boil of losing people to other industries is over. It is rapidly happening because we were talking about diesel mechanics, where there actually is a genuine shortage. I actually don't think there's a truck driving shortage, Joe. I think there's a retention problem, a massive retention problem.
Well, there's also a utilization problem. They're not driving all their hours. They're waiting around too much.
And trying to find a place to park.
Yeah. Look,
all of that stuff adds up.
Oh, of course. It's, again, we just aren't treating them right. By the way, I've said this, I think I said this to you the other day, Jimmy Mack. If I got in my car and drove to see you guys, where do you guys live?
Down here in New Orleans, yeah.
So that's a long drive for me. Imagine I drove all the way down there from Detroit, and I'm excited. I'm going to see these guys in person, and I got in front of your house, and I said, I'm going to call Dave, tell him I'm in front of his house. And I call him. I said, Dave, I think I'm in front of your house. And you said, oh, cool. I'm at Home Depot. Then I got to go to the dentist. I'll be back in a few hours. I would be like, you got a new enemy.
Yeah.
That's funny because that's what I said to Jim last week.
Yeah, that's what he did to me,
do that
man.
with drivers every day.
Yeah, he said, "Come
After
by."
a 10-hour drive, they go sit in the parking lot for a few hours.
Yeah. And like I said, and there doesn't seem to be any sort of it's a lack of priority too. That's the other big kind of killer, is the fact that I don't know how many people are actually, and I'll tell you this, I don't know if it's true all over the place, but there's a Trader Joe's I go out to in Metairie out here where they get ready, man. The moment the trucks arrive, they are ready. And they're almost like a pep rally. It's almost like a pep rally when they get excited about the arrival of these guys, and it's from our friend Win Breeden. It's Breeden and Sons who actually are stopping over there.
Yeah.
But it's really this kind of crazy thing that people are like, yeah, I'll get to you when I get to you. Wait a minute, I've got to you. Now get this stuff off my truck. And it really is, it's a growing problem. But there doesn't seem to be, how do we get more people to understand this and to actually get involved?
Yeah, I think I'll throw this out there. I advised a company. They spend $100 million a year on transportation in North America. I advised them on selecting a 3PL, and they picked a great one. But they spent a few years picking them. And the first day that the new vice president of this company got the job, he was in charge of parts and service, and they also made him in charge of logistics. He called me and said, Joe, I don't know anything about logistics, but I'm now the new vice president. Help me understand what we need to do. And I said, well, the first thing I do, I drive over to one of your facilities and go out the dock. It's only an hour away from you. And by the way, it was February in Minnesota. And he called me back the next day, and he goes, we're going to kill someone. He goes, those guys are tarping, all this freight had to be tarped. And he goes, it was cold, it was windy. These guys are 20 feet in the air trying to put tarps on. They're going to fly to Iowa. And he said, we're honestly going to kill someone here. And ultimately, they said that no more tarping. We're going to get some kind of stogas. And I guess my point to my blathering story is, until the vice president of logistics gives a damn that there's people not being treated right at his dock, nothing changes. Because it's the status quo. Everybody's busy.
A lot of undercover bosses are actually absolutely in demand, it seems like. Get your butt out there and see what's actually happening, not only to the men and women that work for you, but the men and women that work with you, because you got to hold on to those partners. Brother, we are out of time here. We're only supposed to have you on for a short amount. We don't care. We get to make stuff up as we go along here. So we can't promise us you'll come back sooner rather than later.
Well, you guys got to both promise me you'll come on my podcast. It was a pleasure.
Done.
I'm honored to be with you guys.
Done.
Already scheduled, my friend. Thank you for making time. You'll be hearing more.
Right.
You will be hearing more from Joe Lynch. I promise you guys. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you guys so much.
All right. And let me take everybody through the bona fides of what we just heard, so you guys make sure you go everywhere where Joe Lynch is. Really great website, by the way. Really great website. You should check it out. It is the logisticsoflogistics.com. That is it. Simple, lean, mean, and clean. The logisticsoflogistics.com. And you can find them on the Logistics of Logistics podcast. It's really great. It's easy to navigate, both the website and the YouTube channel. Join the many people who are actually subscribing over there. They're growing. They're growing pretty darn quickly, too, Dave. They got some great work over there. Big thanks to them as well. Let me tell you about tomorrow, Dave, in regards to what we're going to be up to as Road Gang Radio kind of shuffles into the frame. Of course, Pastor John's got some great words. By the way, 10 Ring sent us a Pledge of Allegiance. A group of kids doing a Pledge of Allegiance.
Fantastic.
You too can do that, guys. Kevin Lindsay's going to be here for Maintenance Matters. Our friends from Reese Across America have got their trucking tribute.
And Kevin, don't forget that Byron and Eric from Castrol are going to be on with Kevin. And if you saw the little reel for today's program with the talking coffee cup, notice the cap I'm wearing.
A little Castrol going on there. We're talking AFib, by the way, on a Highway to Health. And Rolando Pujol is going to be back, by the way. He is a terrific sort of, chronicler of Americana that is all across the highways and byways of the United States. A really gifted vocal artist who many of you guys might know from her viral videos. Marcella Lentz Pope is going to be joining us. Dave, when I tell you, if you get a chance to look up Marcella Lentz Pope, that's LENTZ-Pope. If you check her out, let me tell you something right now. She's currently starring as Gilda Dent, Harvey Dent's wife, a.k.a. Two-Face, in the DC high-volume Batman, The Long Halloween. All episodes are out now, Dave. But she's an incredibly gifted vocal stylist. I can't wait for you guys to hear her. Does a terrific Amy Adams impersonation, a great Meryl Streep impersonation. I mean, like you're listening to them. That good. I mean, like Frank Caliendo and above.
It'll
good.
sound like you're talking to a whole group of people all at the same time.
I know, it's pretty terrific, by the way. She'll be joining us as Lindsay Lawler makes her way with another edition of Country and Western Music News here on, RadioNemo.com. The Book of Face, The Tube of You, The Audacity of Odyssey. Please leave your heart at iHeart.
Shameless plug, Nemo's Night Beat tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time.
It's tonight?
Tonight.
It's
Monday
tonight,
night.
7 p.m. And then tomorrow as well, too, right?
Yes, on Reach Across America
There you
Radio.
go, man. Really, it's a great one, by
At
the
10
way.
p.m. Eastern.
Fantastic, by the way. Get back in the old days, get back in the old groove, check it out, make it happen, all kinds of good
Some
stuff
great
going.
stories tonight.
Yeah, some really great stories. We got a chance to listen to Dave record that, and it's always a lot of fun. And by the way, you heard Tara say, I'm so excited, music.
Mm-hmm.
Tara said music.
More to come.
More to come. Where's that going to be? Where's that happening?
Yeah.
I'm excited about that. I
Right
want to know
here.
what's going on. We want to know what's going on from you. Don't forget, you keep on contributing, by the way. And tell folks what you heard today about the Sirius XM conversation we had.
Oh,
We're
yeah, it's important. The truth is the truth, folks.
The truth is the truth. We actually declared a ceasefire for a while. We're not attacking anybody, but we actually have
If
the truth.
someone asks, I'm going to tell them the truth.
Yeah, that's it, point
Period.
blank. So now you know. We're going to get that out there so more people can hear it. If you see that comment pop up anymore, say, listen to this. Big thanks to Tara Garris for making that happen. We really appreciate her. Dre, would you be so kind? Do we have any more commercial spots after this? We're just going to keep on rocking and rolling.
Keep on jamming.
Oh, okay, fantastic. I'm happy to kind of keep talking. What's the rest of the day look like for you, Dave? You got a dentist appointment.
Oh, I'm heading to the dentist right after we leave here.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God. It's like it's your third bite at the apple.
Yeah.
Ow! Really,
Yes.
I mean, I'm telling you, because when you told me that you had a dentist appointment and had to get out of here almost immediately after, what time is it for, noon?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. If you told me 11:30, I'm like, you got to go right now. You got to take off. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Did you just miss them or other stuff came up?
Well,
What happened?
COVID came up.
Oh, you got COVID. That's right.
And then a couple of other things beyond my control came up.
I understand, by the way. That's the one thing that you can have to negotiate with me on, which means you came in yesterday and helped me build some furniture. We're almost done with the studio as well, guys. Go to RadioNemo.com. Check us out over there. We'll keep the conversation going on the Book of Face, the Tube of You, and everywhere else where we're hanging out. Thanks again.